Hello and welcome. Welcome to the office hours. My name is Paul, Berserker 01, Batman Shelley. Let's get to the office, shall we? Let's see if this works. There it goes. It does work, sort of. Hello and welcome. I have some new text, so I apologize if there's some stuff still going. I got a little pop filter. So, for those of you who don't know what the office hours is, it's where it's an AMA. So if you want to come and talk about Star Citizen, we talk about other things as well, but Star Citizen is the main focus. Star Citizen gameplay, development, and the lore. This is a live stream that we talk about that. So you're welcome to come by here and watch it. I always archive this on YouTube afterwards. I stream both live on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So yeah, and I've heard some people kind of post, it's like, I'd rather watch the shorter stuff. That's fine. I have shorter stuff that I'm trying to produce weekly, but this is, more of a free form, long form. Some people want to listen to this while they're at work. 2 to 3 hours is a good chunk of their time, either, to work or while at work, that kind of stuff, or listening to us while they're cleaning up the house or whatever. I see you there. I see you there, Steve. Linda, the only woman who listens to this. I see you there. I see you there at work. Steve, I see you cleaning up after your kids. That's good. You're a good dad. Anywho, let's get to the chat and say hello to the chats. Pull up this. Thank you for that $20 Canadian. Is that Canadian there, Fulcrum Creek? Thank you so much. It's a chance for CIG, for a chance, CIG starts to come to $1 million more interesting than the game. I don't know. I disagree with that. I had a lot of fun with Jump Down. And I always like the events. I just wish they did more of them. Gumney Full Grow, thank you for that. So that's and the real answer would be for sure they made progress, but certainly not enough to make the game. They sold us something real while in a viable amount of time. That's a different thing. Let me get on my soapbox real quick before we get started on this. I'm sure there's plenty of people who will stand up and say, "Stop blaming the fans, Paul. You can't blame the fans." CIG has its own part in this. But most of the shit that people are like, CIG sold us a dream. It's like, CIG didn't really sell you a dream. You got yourself hyped up for something that didn't exist. Now, every so often, CIG will go back on something and go, oh yeah, there's this, like food is a good example. Like CIG has said they didn't want to have food kill you. They just wanted to have it just be so debilitating that you'd probably die. And then they went back on that. The stuff like that, I get it. But like a lot of the stuff that CIG was pitching is stuff that are in the game or shortly to be in the game. Other than obviously like gameplay elements, which are being added and kind of main content. But like, I feel like the community itself, like there's going to be a lot of people who are from 2012, 2013 who come in and be like, this isn't the game I imagined. Because back in that day, we literally just had imagination. We just had our own concept of what this game might be. And it may not turn out that way. In fact, I can almost guarantee you it's not going to turn out that way, which is why from the very beginning, I said, I'm just looking forward to having a fun space adventure with my friends in a multi-cruise ship. That's what I was looking forward to. Like, that's just there's just setting expectations is important. It's like Cyberpunk is another great example. So many people thought that game was going to be the shit. Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky. Both of those games were like hyped. Ow. We're hyped to shit. All right, we're going to do this for now. I don't need that right now. We'll turn off that for now. Damn it, has one. Cyberpunk and the No Man's Sky made some solid promises, yeah. Jump-Pound 3.0 is coming, which they said even once we're back taking into account, yeah. We missed a lot of the aliens. Yeah, we're gonna have aliens come in. But the issue with that They want to have the ability to have more NPCs in the game in the first place. There's no point in adding aliens to the game if you can't have more than a handful of NPCs in hotspot areas. But we'll talk about that later because there's some cool shit with this monthly updates. So, hey Mason, thank you for that tier, that 11 months of support. Worth it. I'm glad it is. It'd be cool to have aliens walk around as well. Yes, I agree. But I think that's something we'll get to when we get to the capsules. We're going to do 2 capsules today. We're going to do the worst parts about Star Citizen lore and the best parts about Star Citizen lore. And a lot of it's going to be lore, but also kind of technical aspects. So. Arcade machine animations, yeah. Let's not act like CIG hasn't set expectations themselves, though. It's not like we're pulling expectations out of thin air. Yes, we are. Often we are playing a game of telephone with what Chris Roberts says, or here's a great example. Chris Roberts used to do 10 for the chairman, and we used to meme about this, but the Tuvaran Kung Fu. Chris Roberts had thought of an idea that was just kind of off the top of his head. He was obviously freewheeling it. When he was like, I'd love to see like martial arts, different martial arts styles for the hand-to-hand combat, including like you have to go to this ancient monastery and learn the arts of Tuvaran Kung Fu. And people said, oh, so Tuvaran Kung Fu is coming into the game. It's like, no, that's not what he said. Sci-fi, thank you for giving all those subs to Deadbeat, Old Boy, Queen of Thoughtland. Ooh, Queen of Thoughtland, I like that name. Vitality, Space Marshal, Instant Shinobi, Fair Assault, level 0 user, Yako, and Alia. Thank you guys so much. When your sleeping pattern is that foobar, you get to watch Paul live. You and me both, Pete. How you doing, Pete? Can't wait for Saddleball. It's my Saddleball Championship. I still think that's going to come, but I don't think that's something you need right away. But like there's just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that the community has come up with wholesale and whole cloth that aren't real. I still plan on doing like you're wrong about Star Citizen thing because there's a lot of stuff that people think, like for instance, people still think that the PvP slider is still a thing. Now, I will say what CIG's to blame for is not managing expectations. Not necessarily setting expectations, but managing. There are some problems with CIG setting expectations in the sense that Chris Roberts stood up in 2016 and said, this is our roadmap, and then completely blew it within 2 months. That's not what I'm talking about. And I'm kind of tired of seeing that come up all the time. Like, well, yeah, this is supposed to come out and, Savage is supposed to come out in 2016. It's like, so you haven't fucked up in your life once, I get people are just like, well, you promised this it was going to come in. It's like, that's not how games work, but okay. I'm just like, that's almost a completely different company at this point. Not to say that like, oh, CIG is absolved of all sins, but it's like, maybe take into account what they're doing now rather than what they've done 7 years ago. How in depth with martial arts be? Well, we have swords we charge the Van Duel with. See, that's what I mean. Is that the only roadmap we missed or dates? I mean, is that the only roadmap that has ever been missed dates in the history of gaming? That's officially Kung Fu. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, buddy? That's much different dry. So, like, I get it. I understand the frustrations, and I understand that it's gonna people are gonna think it's gonna take a while, but it's one of those things where I'm pretty sure, like, I know that there are people out there who have set themselves up for disappointment from the very beginning. And when the game actually reaches a point where it's more finished, people are going to be like, but this thing that I thought I could have sworn was happening. It's like, thank you, especially for that, those subs, my man. God damn it. Mid-dare and also, yeah. Thank you so much for all those gifts, as SFS Shingo, for RR, Captain No Pants, Zarek Masters, Pathras, Pathos, and Fist and Jawa. See, that's the thing, Richard. I was at one of the old school like I played the DayZ mod when it first released, before all of the crazy shit popped off. I was a bean bandit, baby. Like, that's how old school I am when it comes to DayZ. And trust me, I've seen some shit. There, that should fix it a little bit. Mount Stunner, thank you for giving that side your hobo, the new fire, and official business, and Eto things. Evening show, hey, yeah. I played DZ mod release too. Those are the days, man. Yeah, and you remember when, like, they announced standalone? Talk about scope creep. It was just supposed to be basically the mod, but in Arma 3 or Arma 2. It's just like an Arma 2 engine, like a standalone build. And then like that shit just got scope creeped to crap, to the point where, for those of you who don't know, the next Arma 4 or whatever they're going to be calling it, is going to be built on the engine they built for DayZ standalone. Not even joking. The engine that they built for DayZ standalone is the new Arma engine. So if you want to know what the new Arma engine is capable of, look at the DayZ standalone. It's the Infusion engine. And there we go. DayZ when they're only M4s. Oh, man. CIG predictably doesn't meet their marks. I'm patient with them and the project. I don't get the whole to meet the and I don't whine when they don't meet goals, but they're really good at making plans, not really good at meeting them. This is something we had a discussion in Discord about, and I frankly think that's a bad concept. It's a holdover from a lot of stuff. Like people, like for instance, when in 3.14, when medical and inventory slipped to 3.15, people lost their fucking shit. Like, it's not going to come into the game at all. It's going to be 2 years from now, and it came out the next patch. You know, salvage slipped to 3.18, and everyone's like, "Oh, the salvage is going to." I get it. You're like traumatized because shit moves, but like shit moves, and they still complete it. Like I think the community is at times a little too harsh on CIG for some of this stuff. And again, I know someone's already in the comments being like, "Path at the White Knight," and anybody who knows me knows I have critiques of CIG all the time, and there's some stupid shit they've done with the roadmaps. But I'm also one of those people who's like, if someone is legitimately trying to improve themselves, or a company's legitimately trying to turn around, like No Man's Sky released like dog shit. But Hello Games has managed to make that game fantastic without charging anybody an additional cent. That's a fantastic achievement, and they should be applauded for it. You know, lots of companies and individuals do that all the time. So as a result, I'm willing to give credit where credit is due, where CIG where they're improving. Because I think there's room to say CIG's fucked up, but CIG is getting better. $400 million CJM. If you're gonna shit post, at least shit post properly. What's DayZ? Yeah, it was a zombie mod. Originally, it was a zombie mod built in the Arma engine. It's now a standalone game using the future engine that you're going to use for the new future Arma engines. Why are all the shit posters on YouTube? Because I put a vocative screen thumbnail. Escobar. That's why. Thumbnails get people. All right. I said 40 quid on this game, and if they never released another patch, I'd consider my money bloody well spent. Yeah. Well, let's talk about this. All right. So I'm gonna pull up because I've recently went back to the Star Citizen Reddit, and because I check on it periodically, and every so often when I see the Star Citizen Reddit, like the reality is that I've gotten in trouble with Star Citizen Reddit before, but Star Citizen Reddit is dog shit and is prone to massive mood swings to the point where it's just not fun, you know. Let me see if I can find it. There was a great post that said expectations versus reality, the 2021 roadmap, and there was another one that talked about the. Here we go. We'll pull these up real quick. So, let's look at this. This is the what was released, and this was what was delayed. Okay? So, just by glancing at it, you can see that about 50% of what was released was or was promised was released, whereas about 50% of it was delayed. Now, some of this is a little weird because, like, for instance, shield systems tech replacement, I think that's already in the game. So some of this is kind of off. This is just a straight rip, and even the poster said it's not really 100% to kind of like that, but it's a good kind of way of looking at like expectations versus reality, like what they promised versus what they delivered. And even the stuff that they didn't deliver are things like little details, like player interaction experience, the cutting version, the weapon stripping, whereas we get things like, you know, UI reputation, shield effects, power management, you know, like the stuff that was cut was stuff that is not as important other than, say, you know, like salvage and stuff like that. But in the past, this would have been more like down to here, where it's like about 30% of what CIG's actually promised was what they delivered. So this is a good example of like how they've improved their roadmap over the last year or so. Let's go back to the office. Okay, so I've got to blow this up a little bit. And this is a good example of... I'm going to change this background as well, or desktop. I don't know if you can read that at all. Trying to fix it so it's easier to see. Yeah, anyways, what you see in here, because the image is actually really small, so I had to blow it up pretty high, is each of the patches per... Each of the patches from 3.1 to 3.6 S16 in terms of like what they added per patch in terms of core tech and stuff like that. So you can see right here, 3.3 and 3.5 were the biggest patch. That is the patch that was probably the biggest patch Star Citizen's ever released, because this is when OCS was added and landing on planets was added. So this was a huge deal right here. Then 3.5. And then since 3.5, we've had, pretty decent, but then it's kind of been slowly going down. 3.14 was pretty low. But then 3.15 is the biggest patch since 3.5. 3.16 is pretty low, and 3.17 and 3.18 look pretty low overall. So we're still early on, so we might see it go back down again. But like last year seems to have some pretty solid expansions over the last year or so, especially since 3.15 had so much in comparison to what it had. Seriously, someone seriously pulled out some math to argue that this proves Star Citizen patches would divide down by to zero content. Squadron should have released this year. Wonder how the Starfield will compare. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But the point is Star Citizen, is there progress in Star Citizen? Is Star Citizen making progress? The answer is yes. I don't get where this concept is where Star Citizen is not proved that it can do anything or anything else like that. There's a lot of stuff that's been added in the last year or so, which is more important than you realize. Like connecting everything to the back end. They haven't fully integrated the persistence yet, which they should do this year in the next 2 patches or so, hopefully. But the fact that all of your inventory system is now connected to the back end is big. Persistence for your inventory was always sort of in, but it wasn't fully in. It was just like your gun would lose, not your stuff on your person. Whether you like the inventory system or not, it does represent a large jump in terms of completion. We're starting to see Star Citizen reaching the point where they're filling in the gaps of gameplay. And to tide people over in terms of gameplay, they're adding stuff like events. Now, does that mean that there's not problems and still a long way to go? Star Citizen still has a fuck ton way to go. It is at least 3 to 5 years away from completion. Just hands down. There's anyone who tries to tell you anything other than that is selling you something or is smoking some shit. But the advantage of saying 3 to 5 years is not that in 3 to 5 years the game is going to be complete and so you're like, I gotta wait 5 years. You can play the game now. The game is just going to get better every patch coming forward. And as it does, it'll become more stable, it'll become more playable, there'll be more content, there'll be more overall stuff to do in general. And as that develops, you will be along for the ride to play it. So it's not like Star Citizen is some distant dream of 5 years away. It's still here. You can play it right now. So, and, maybe I'm crazy, but that's kind of what I liked about Star Citizen. But yeah. Hey, go Licky. Oh, Star Control, yeah. Completion or beta? Okay, so let me go over a couple of things here real quickly. So those of you who are new, this is my theory on Star Citizen's release. Because Star Citizen will be feature complete long before it is actually content complete, meaning everything that they wanted to have in the game is in the game. I mean, since the Kickstarter. Since it'll be feature complete long before that, CIG will likely do a soft launch. So they'll reach beta. Once they've reached beta and they've tested it out a little bit and they make sure everything works, they'll essentially say, we're not going to wipe anymore. They're not going to say it's released, but they're going to say they've stopped wiping. And the game will sit in beta, adding systems and content and story elements and everything else like that for probably, multiple years until they get that 100 system mark. Then they'll say, hey, we've released. But at that point, you've been playing the game for 6 years or something like that. I can't wait for the no wipe. Oh, God, we're back to the poop gameplay. No. No. Wiping is hygienic. It just feels stagnant, as we're all sick of Stanton. But significant progress made last year. Just the snail's pace development makes impatient to pull out the impatient to pull out the hair. I mean, people have been around the Star Citizen for a long time. I'm not gonna chide anyone for being impatient about playing Star Citizen for the last 7 years and being like, where's the more systems? But I played the shit out of Star Citizen when I got it. To be honest, I've been mainly been just keeping up to date with the state of the game, mostly anticipating Squadron. Yeah, that makes sense. It's difficult to me to respect a pre-release that's hung on the title of Alpha for 9 years. It's a lot of any man who pre-releases that long is going to be a happy wife. Hey man, some people are into that. Some people have kinks like that. But to be fair, and this is to be very fair, this is one of those things where context is important. Because you're going to start hearing it a lot with like, Star Citizen has been in development for 10 years. Yes, but no. In October of 2012, there was like 7 dudes in a basement in Austin, Texas. They didn't start with $400 million and a pre-built company. So, you know, it took a while for them to get onto their feet. It took them 2 years to release a multiplayer module, and then it took them a year from there to actually release, maybe even 2 years, to release, 2.0. And most people would argue that either 2.0 or 3.0 is really like the beginnings of measuring development in terms of playable development. Because it's also quite clear that sometime in 2015, CIG was ready to ramp up. 2015 or 2016, I think it was 2016. CIG was ready to, 16? It was 17. My dates are all off because I'm old and everything runs together. But around the time period when they switched over from 2.0 to 3.0, CIG was getting ready to ramp up development for release because originally Star Citizen wasn't going to have landable planets. It was just going to have cutscenes. So 100 systems without landing on planets and mostly everything and some space stations isn't that difficult to make. CIG could have done that with their engine right now. It wouldn't have been bad. Even with 1,000+ players, it probably wouldn't have been an issue. And the landing zones would be mostly just kind of maps you'd run around and talk with other people about, but you wouldn't land on planets. But then they got the technology of landing on planets, and that fucked everything. That hyper fucked everything, because then they had to rebuild everything with the concept of landing on planets being at the focal point, being a major sticking point. And it's only just now, only in like the end of 2021, the beginning of 2022, where they're at the stages that they were talking about stuff and like developing stuff, but before 3.0 hit. 2018? Okay, yeah. A historian can't remember dates. Yeah, I can't remember dates. No. Any historian who tells you that they know dates off the top of their head is lying. We just know where to look for the dates. What are the dates of the Lumber lawsuit? Like 2019? 2019? Oh, did you hear No Man's Sky is now adding ship interiors now that Edie is just left with a fire hose spraying egg on its face? Oof. What are the server lag and server meshing? It's going to be one central location, say like 3 major data centers, US, EU, AU, and how will orgs operate like this? So Dr. Ruthless, let me go over this real quickly based off of my best understanding. So the lag is planned to, like the current lag issue has to do with old legacy code that needs to get stripped out and replaced. But it also has to do with just the amount of data that's being handled by the servers, which is slowing the servers down and causing other issues. And so the team that would normally be fixing those legacy issues are currently working on server meshing, and server meshing should alleviate some of those issues right now. So if you're talking about that right now, that's getting fixed. That's just going to take a while until server meshing is out, which should be this year, could be next year, but probably not too far off in the future. I'm seeing what someone said, something about long story short. Blame the Germans, yeah. But the way that they're planning on doing this is there are 3 data centers, but there is 1 central server. So, at worst case scenario, you will have a Australian server, an American server, and an European server. However, you can jump between those without realizing you're jumping between those. Because your character is not locked to a server or to a cluster or whatever. It's locked to the back end. And your ability to jump onto that server, whatever it is going to be free flowing. Free, you'll be able to jump back and forth easily. So you're not going to be locked out of your friends. It's not like a server in an MMO where you have to pick a server and then you go there and then you build your character. That doesn't work like that. It's hard to kind of picture, but for all intents and purposes, that shit don't matter. If you want to play with your friends and play with your org mates, you can do that. Where it starts mattering is in the upper ends where you're dealing with massive orgs and their like bases and that kind of stuff. Hey, Commissar. Thank you for that 14 months, buddy. Time stop in 2020, yeah. So you'll still be able to operate with your stuff and your groups, but when it comes to the big stuff, the way that they've said is that if you are not on the server, so if you build like a base on a planet, it'll be on all three of those servers. But if you're not on the server that for the base that is located, so like if it's located on the American server and you're in the European server, you can see that base, but you can't interact with anything or do anything as part of it. That's what they've said right now. But that's also up in the air. CIG said their goal is still to do a global shard, to do one big universe for everybody. But right now it's physically impossible. Just like the laws of physics are a bitch. So they're trying to work out mega like area shards and then be able to have people kind of jump between them as they need be. So we'll see. Yeah, if you refuse to play with a ping over 80, then you just make sure you don't play with anybody who's you don't play in any hives that have like that kind of issue. Yeah. No Man's Sky is a recovery story of the century. ED is the opposite. I feel bad for Frontier developments because I'm pretty sure that they want to make Elite Dangerous a good game. I'm that meme, stop, it's already dead. Like, just take what you've learned from Elite Dangerous and make a new game. It's been almost fucking 10 years since Elite Dangerous. Like, in 2 years will be 10 years since Elite Dangerous was released. That's fine. Just build a new goddamn game. Like, from the ground up, with multiplayer in mind, because the original Elite Dangerous wasn't designed like that, with interiors that you could explore, do that. It's better. Pesky speed of light, yeah. Do I think Electronic Access will have esports in game or in real life? I think it probably will if CIG wants to like if they actually put some design effort into it. Yeah, they're making a zoo game and the roller coaster or like Planet Coaster and stuff like that. Yeah. Question, is Squadron 42 still the main focus of the PU and gets priority first? I've been seeing community posts popping up that say otherwise. So, here, let me explain this so that people can understand. Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are two separate games. However, they are the same game. Anything that's developed for Squadron 42 is developed for Star Citizen. You can run the same assets in both. Both the assets you see of like the Karna plasma rifle in Star Citizen is the same Karna sniper plasma rifle in Squadron 42. The armor assets are the same. Everything is the same. So anything that's developed for Squadron 42 is then that can be ported over to Star Citizen. Now, Squadron is the priority in the sense that there's an entire team that's dedicated to Squadron, and that team is not going to move over to Star Citizen anytime soon. There are still tech and other things that are going to be developed for Squadron, but for instance, the server meshing team doesn't need to fucking work on Squadron because they're working on Star Citizen. So the answer is yes, Squadron's still the priority over Star Citizen, but not really, because they're the same game. And people kind of, and this is another one of those things that people don't realize. CIG doesn't have some magical bag of mystery where they like are keeping the shit. Like they didn't make like a 1500, they didn't make a game in secret and then not release it to us. That's not how that's not how CIG works. Everything they have made, you see, or is in game. The stuff you don't see is stuff that's work in progress or stuff that was test models or whatever. And you can ask the fucking leaks guys. They'll tell you they've seen stuff that isn't in the game yet, but eventually everything, that stuff is usually just some sort of test system or something like related to something they've already talked about. Hence that whole like jump point leak where they were going to have a jump point from point A to point B or whatever, which was a dumb idea. But, you know, it happens to come along the same time that CIG was talking about how they're working on jump points. So we don't see those Pico balls. It's because you're not looking hard enough. Someone's already found one. All right? Someone's already found a Pico ball. One of the 9 Pico balls. $142 is the SUV that's built from truck parts. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I saw somebody once, another question. Paul question. How do they fix latency? Some AAA games have issues with cross-play and international players. There are ways you can fix latency, and there are ways that they could get it done. One of those is basically add a buffer ping, where everyone's ping sucks. So everyone has to deal with it, and then kind of like fix things around. The answer is likely they'll never fix latency to the degree that's perfect. You will always have people who have disadvantages in certain latency issues, in certain latency areas. That's just the reality. How does Eve have so many people in the big old battles with old tech? Because they don't actually. So here's the thing about Eve. Eve slows down time. The servers cannot physically handle the battles that go on in Eve. So Eve has to do 2 things. 1, they have to build a server just for the fight. And 2, they slow down time. And because Eve is not a skill-based game in the way that Star Citizen is, every time I say that, it triggers somebody who plays Eve. So I'm going to keep saying it because y'all scream in the comments and I think it's hilarious. Y'all know what I actually mean by skill-based. I don't mean that it doesn't take skill to play Eve. But fuck you. I love you. Come gank me. But the point being, like Eve works in a fundamentally different way. Eve is much more like WoW than it is like Star Citizen, and that works in that kind of stuff. You are pledging dev for CIG. Like should be like over 50% of the viewers get them up people. Another 30. Thank you. I don't know, Paul. I went to studio tour and saw some amazing stuff. Can't say much because I did sign an NDA. When was that, Jaybird? Back when they had studios? I've done studio tours as well, but a lot of that stuff isn't. It's not done. It's in progress. And it gets put to the side because it's a side project. But like there's this myth that like someday CIG is just going to be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we got this all like that server meshing is going to be done." And then suddenly when server meshing comes in, they'll plug in like the rest of the game and suddenly it's going to be here. You know, that's not how development works. It's not how CIG works. It should allow for more stuff to get done, and I can almost guarantee you that we'll start seeing gameplay drop, like just boom, 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 boom after that patch releases. Like each patch having a ton of gameplay options, but they've only had so much gameplay team and so on and so forth. But I know they're waiting for shit to get done so that they can actually build the game. But there's no point in building an entire gameplay loop without server meshing, and it would be like building a house. Like building the second floor of a house when you haven't finished the foundation or the first floor. You just have like framework for the first floor, and you're like decorating the second floor when the foundation isn't even dry. That's just stupid. CIG is primarily working on Squadron 42. Will we ever get a massive, large ship fleet battles? Or if CIG is primarily working on Squadron 42. CIG is not primarily working on Squadron 42. God damn, y'all. So, CIG's focus is Squadron 42. That doesn't mean that every single developer is working on Squadron 42 and fuck Star Citizen. The scrubs are working. The B team is working on Star Citizen. That's not how that works. But the reason why we don't have large fleet battles is because they don't have server meshing in yet. There's no point in trying to do large fleet battles when you can only have 50 people per server. So they need to increase that cap, and they need to have the Gen 12 renderer in. They need to have the Gen 12 renderer in. They need to have persistence in, and they need to have server meshing in. They need those three things in to increase the player cap. But this isn't a prefab house, Isogen. Star Citizen's gameplay isn't something that exists in a package somewhere that you can rip off the package and slap into the game. It has to be built from scratch. How much content is waiting on server meshing? So, let me explain something. With server meshing is effectively the last major element of the game to bring the entire experience together, to allow for everything you have, like for the high fidelity and all that kind of stuff. Without server meshing, without persistence, for instance, you can't have persistent wrecks. You can't litter forests like Chris Roberts wants to litter forests with coffee cups. That man is a madman, and he needs to stop putting coffee cups in the fucking forest. It's bad for the environment, Chris. All right? We don't need you adding to everything else. His whole coffee cup in the forest, fly away, come back, it's still there. That whole thing. Server meshing allows for them to scale up the gameplay significantly, because the memory per server, the amount of entities per server, is fairly high. Like pretty much all of Stanton works on one server, and it's stretching its memory limits. But if you can, shrink the size of that server to Lorville, that's much less entities, which will allow for more people, more things. So you would allow for things like better gameplay for like less latency, less lag, and that kind of stuff. You also need things like bounty hunting, for instance. There's no point in developing bounty hunting for right now in terms of like the full knockout drag, put you in the stasis chamber and fly you to a place, because there's only Stanton. And to develop all of those assets without server meshing in would mean that you'd have to go back and redevelop all those assets with server meshing working. And that's really the thing to like take into account with server meshing, is it's not necessarily that this gameplay loop needs to be finished, needs server meshing to be finished. It's that if you build this gameplay loop now and then wait for server meshing to get finished, you have to reintegrate all of those gameplay elements with server meshing. Because the way the game handles memory, the way it loads and offloads memory, the way it functions at a core level, at an engine level, requires, you're going to have to build the gameplay around that. Build in the hooks, build in all of the elements. Because the game is going to do some weird shit when server meshing comes in. And trying to staple on a thing that was made without server meshing at all into the gameplay is going to fuck shit up. Like, that's one of the major reasons why we don't have server meshing yet, is because there's a lot of, like, the ship team has to build a shit ton of stuff to make server meshing work with the ships in game. So, yeah. Question, do you think salvage will be pushed back again? Yes, I think it'll get pushed back to CitizenCon. Not because CIG hasn't finished it. I think CIG will show off a shit ton of stuff with salvage for the summer. But then they'll be like, it could use a little bit more polish. It's not quite done yet. And it'd be really cool if we showed it off at CitizenCon. That's what they'll do. That's what they'll do. Server meshing will help them out, but then they'll go add more features which will require something else. They can't seem to control their own feature creep. What? All right, tell me what was added after in like 2013, right? When they stopped doing stretch goals. Look at that stretch goal, and tell me what was added. Tell me anything that was not there that we have now. They're the same things. There's no such thing as feature creep in Star Citizen. It's feature bloat because it was all front-loaded with shit. But feature creep assumes that, like, oh, Star Citizen was pitched like this, and now it's ending up like this. All of this shit was pitched in Star Citizen. All this shit was pitched in 2012, 2013, 2014, when the game was kind of like gearing up. But we're in 2022. Like, this shit has been on the drawing board for almost 10 years now. That shit ain't creep. That shit's just, it started out fucking fat. Did you catch the cut in 316 trailer where they were going to introduce a new Gravlev? I was watching it and I saw the Nox already in the scene get swapped to a Dragonfly Bitsui. Yeah, I saw that. Summer of Salvage. Yeah. Call it bloat. Okay. Bloat is different from creep, though. You know, what your fundamentally your question is, they're gonna figure something else out to make it work. All of the stuff that they needed was stuff they've needed from the beginning of the development. Like, server meshing was always the end goal. Everything up to server meshing has been things that have been needed for server meshing. 64-bit integration, object container streaming, call bind, unbind, server-side object container streaming, persistence. These are all things that needed to be added in for, server meshing to exist. It's not like CIG just invented this shit out of thin air for the sake of, oh, the game will be fixed when we do this. Oh, but then the game will be fixed to this. No, the end goal was always there. They've just had to go through and add stuff. It's more fair to say CIG will not get server meshing in because they'll find other things they need to do to get server meshing in. That's a better way of putting it if you're going to say something. Because what you're saying is that CIG is incompetent in making stuff when they've from the beginning said that they're going to be making server meshing. Yeah, Star Citizen is massive since the original scope. It's game. It's not the game creep. Yeah. They fixed pooping by taking away the need to eat. I'm a little concerned that after meshing, all the underlying tech is implemented for complete game loops. What about the numerous systems promise? I know they're streaming it. They are streamlining it, but it seems like a lot of it to go in the game to detail what they're trying to do. They're not going to get 100 systems in the game for launch. There's no way they can do 100 systems in game to launch. They'll get like 7 or 8. And they'll consistently add stuff. But anybody who thinks they're going to be 100 systems at launch is insane. Then again, like I said at the very beginning of the stream, I don't think CIG is going to launch the game. Like Star Citizen is not going to be released in the traditional sense. They'll do a soft launch, which is they'll just stop wiping at a certain point in beta and not tell it and kind of celebrate it as if it's a release, but never say it's release. Yeah, people are getting hung up on the idea of 1.0, which is like 1.0 is you might be dead tomorrow, let alone by the time 1.0 comes out. 1.0 may never come out, but the game will be released. Is 5 years realistic? Yeah, I think 5 years is realistic. For beta, I think Star Citizen will continue to be made as long as CIG can make money. If CIG can make money and they can pay their employees, they'll keep making Star Citizen. Now 316. Goddamn, Silky. Question: do you think CIG are initially head off back in search due to what they were promising? Seems insane. Yeah, they've hit a lot of the stuff they've been looking for. If they get server meshing done by the end of the year, it'll be. I'll call it a good year and a massive win. I think people are super focused on server meshing for some reason. I think it's just because people think that like more systems equals better, but I don't know. We'll see. Death Trooper 177 asks, do you think CIG will make compromises if the tech won't allow it due to tech limitations or our current time? CIG will push up to the point where they can't physically work on it, but they'll still work on it. They'll still try to figure some stuff out. Yeah, look at that big profitable Microsoft game. Wow, goddamn. That's weird now to think. Well, then it's not official yet, but like that Microsoft owns Minecraft and World of Warcraft. Do you think they'll get Theaters of War this year or no? I have no fucking idea. Like as far as I'm concerned, Theaters of War is dead. We'll see when the contract runs out for Firesprite. If Firesprite's contract doesn't run out and they re-up that contract, then maybe. World of Minecraft, that crossover is gonna happen. World of Minecraft, yeah. Soft launch. Yes, soft launch. So it's kind of like a soft reboot or other things, stuff like that. A soft or a soft open, where you don't do this big like banner waving, flag toting grand opening. You just do a normal opening. You just open the doors and see who walks in. So a soft launch is hold on. Yeah, so a soft launch is like they'll do a kind of an early. They'll release before. They'll release the game without it going out of beta. That's all you want. All I want is the physical components to be a space engineer. That's going to happen soon, probably this year. Question: if we were thinking 5 to 8 years down the line, will we be getting more ship reworks? If so, what ships do you think will be redone? All of the ships will be redone, but I don't think any of the ships will be redone in the same way that you think. You're not going to get a shiny new Aurora. They'll just sell a new Aurora in game, a new version of the Aurora in game, or they'll sell ships, concept ships that are kind of redone. But no, you're not like they'll stop working on the ships at a certain point and just make new models effectively. Doesn't Overwatch have a Halo skin? It might. I don't know. Have there been any soft launches of games in the past? Yeah. Warframe. Warframe did that for a while, where they stayed in beta for a while, even though they're effectively out. Yeah, PUBG did a soft launch as well. I don't want any ships anymore. I want a jetpack with a quantum engine on it. Question. Can we get lights on the moles mining pods already? I can't be the only one who want it. I want lights everywhere. I want lights to be fucking fixed. They're kind of broken. PTU land ownership NFTs. Oh God, no. God, no. I haven't looked at the statistics, but I can almost guarantee you that NFTs are incredibly unpopular amongst gamers. The gaming population just hates it. And it makes sense for something like Twitter to lean into NFTs, but like because they want that shit. Drama makes social media work. But like quite literally, the two things that massively OP hates are Star Citizen and NFTs. And they put them at about the same level of scam. Will the old models of the ships still be available for purchase? Maybe discounted new models? Possibly, probably in game. I must say I'm regretting 2 years, after 2 years, how much money I've spent in this game. The region servers are making me feel this way. How so, Mitch? Because I think a lot of people got into their brain what the region servers mean, and they don't mean what you think it means. By the way, what do you think about Operation Pitchfork? Do you think it's still planned? I have no idea. You're neglecting the artist side of the NFT concept? The artist side of the NFT concept is artists making money off of people who are stupid. NFTs are a fad, a temporary boom to try to give some sort of physicalization to crypto. They're dumb, they're bad investments, and they're going to blow up in someone's face. What beyond the roadmap do you think needs to be done for them to start finalizing combat balance? Oh, shit. Combat balances needs the like ships to be finished. There's no damage states. The new damage kind of model stuff needs to be added in is the big thing. Like components, engineering stuff, all that stuff needs to be added in. We're probably years away from final combat balance. Yeah, and Darj is right. Like, look at any MMO or any game, combat balance is never finished. Let me give you an example. This is going to be a weird example, but because they're green, let me get a different example. This model of Leman Russ Battle Tank for the game Warhammer 40K, which is a tabletop game, has been around since the mid-2000s. It is still being balanced in 40K today. Some of that is intentional, some of that is not so intentional. It's just the nature of the game. It's still constantly getting balanced back and forth sometimes from edition to edition, sometimes month to month. This has been around. This game has been around for almost 40 years, probably over 40 years now. And they're still having balance issues with this game. Balance is always a thing that'll happen. Mitch, did you just come on and say I'm regretting everything and then leaving? It's kind of weird. Question, are the lights in the Redeemer bright enough that you could, to leave your enemy looking like a deer in the headlights, that Reclaimer could you cobble it up? I have no idea. I haven't used the Reclaimer lights. Yeah, PlanetSide 2, a 9-year-old shooter keeps getting balance passes. It's always going to happen. Though I understand the point of the question. The point of the question isn't when will the game be balanced. The question is more, when will the game be at a point where balance makes sense? And that's when you have the final kind of ship component style stuff in there. And there'll be updates. They'll change things around. They'll add new components or subcomponents or that kind of things to ships. But like even CIG, I think, wants to get to a nice stable situation where they can be like, this is the final version of this, and then move on. But the IG are the best, though. They are. Only Anakin can bring balance to the Star Citizen. Do you know Mr. Torres about never being very serious about creating a game system where balance or version of it can truly exist? But I mean, the point being, Omega, is that there are games like BattleTech is another great example. BattleTech has never been balanced. Been around for the same amount of years. There are games that have been out for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years in tabletop universe, which were designed to be balanced, which still have balance problems. No game is perfect. Balances always happen. You want a time inverse statistic next to funding raised and number of citizens on the website? They actually have done that before. That they talked about how many people they've had. The average numbers aren't bad. Like month to month is like 500,000. I think at some points they've dropped down to about like 3 million or 300,000 active users average. Everything balanced. What do I think CIG can realistically get done this year? I think realistically they can get everything that they set out to do. I think realistically they can get Gen 12 done. I think they can get persistence done, and I think they can get server meshing done. Oh, nice tree paint shots. Thanks, Tree Sam. I've been working on been going through the towel that I have. Reacher. Getting those done. I'm not that good, y'all. Like I'm not a good painter. I'm like an average painter at best. What happened to Aaron, by the way? I don't know. Last I heard, he was part of the board, but I think that's about it. Pilot skill is what matters. Really good GDC videos and why balance is actually a type of content and tweaking makes the game feel fresh. Yeah, it does. That's essentially what GW has been doing for games for 40K and other games it has for years now, which is just constantly tweak the game to change up the meta to make the game feel better. All right, let me go back through some of these. MWO is another great example of constant balancing. Yeah. Do I think giant bubble shields would make ground-based combat a little more viable, interesting in the game? Yeah. I think that's a good way for them to go. They seem to be wanting to implement shield emitters as part of gameplay. So I hope that means that you could also put shield emitters on stations and on ground bases, but we'll see. Do I play Infinity at all? I don't, but I have enough. I have way too many minis that I gotta do. So I'm trying to get Cam into I got her into Kill Team a little bit, so we've been playing that a little bit. I'm gonna get her into 40K, and I also have for my birthday I got a starter kit for the Marvel Infinite Crisis. So moving a little bit out of 40K range, still kind of in the nerd realm, but at some point, yes, I'll get into Infinity. Currently work on cleaning an assembly of Napoleonic Austrian cavalry, mounted and dismounted, for use in Silver Bayonet from Osprey. I've heard good things about Silver Bayonet. Yeah. Algrid has his own Silver Bayonet stuff. Shield emitter concept ships incoming. Hey, do you want a box full of town miniatures I was going to throw away? Sure, Johnsky. I actually been meaning to give people my my P.O. box, because I have a P.O. box for, if you want to send me stuff, please don't send me death threats. Gungan shield generator. Yeah, something like that, I think. Or like the Hoth shield generator, I think. Question, are Titan suits still on the roadmap? Maybe this year sometime soon? Probably not. We won't see Titan suits until after Squadron is released. Do you think we will still see farming and crafting at some point? Yeah, after this year, though. I think this year is going to be a lot of core tech work. Get the foundation finished. If they're making ground-based outposts, would there be possibility of orbit-based outposts as well, since the plane is noise? They don't know. They don't need a PO box to send you death threats. That is true. I've been missing a couple of other. I was talking about this a year ago with dev streams where they talked about the design philosophy and considering the game released when they stopped iterating on it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put it in the I'll put it in the chat here in a moment. I gotta pull it up. Oh yeah. Send me funny sex toys. That's always good. Pissed off box instead. But will we be able to ride horses across the hull of a javelin? That's a good question. Question: do you think we'll see farming? Oh yeah, so yeah, we will. I think there needs to be a lot of stuff that needs to be finished before they can start adding things like crafting and farming. Like for instance, being able to buy and sell stuff. We're gonna go over that a little bit later. This is gonna be a long episode, y'all, because I got two capsules to do. For those of you who don't know what capsules are, they're little segments where I'm just kind of talking at the camera. They're meant to be little segments that I clip out and then put onto YouTube to try to generate more people to come on and watch these live streams live. But also to add a little bit more like my thoughts and, because people want to have little more summation, little tiny little brackets. Be like, hey, I want to pay attention, but I don't want to watch 3 hours. So that'll help out that. Let me put it in my PO box. I'll put it in the chat. I'll have it listed on in the stuff like that. There you go. PO box. Boom. I love the capstone course when I was going for my masters. Okay. I don't think we're going to get PlayStations. I don't think we're going to get space stations. I'd love the idea for it, but I don't think that'll be something they'll have to do later. Will they be able to get Pyro and Nyx in out this year? If they can get server meshing in, they'll have Pyro in. As of right now, I'm still fairly firm that we're going to get Pyro and Nyx because they won't release server meshing until like 319, 320. So like the very end of this year. And by that point, Nyx will have been mostly finished to the point where like they'll have the planets and they'll have Delamar and they'll just be like, fuck it. Because that would be a hell of a fucking like announcement at like CitizenCon. Oh yeah, in the end of this year is going to be 4.0. We're releasing server meshing and we're releasing Nyx and Pyro along together. Thank you very much. Will they ever fix Port Olisar? That's talk about PO box. No, they're gonna probably get rid of PO, but I don't know when they're gonna fix Port Olisar. Question. Do you think land ownership mining claims will work? So, how would we get a crime stat for illegal mining? So, the way that land claims works is they only work with UEE territory. So if you're building a base outside of UEE territory, you don't need a land claim. And the most lucrative places to build bases will be out of UEE territory. Getting a UEE like land claim beacons is mostly like, hey, this is the area that I'm going to live in that's inside the UEE that's not registered for another company or another like. It will be a frontier system like Castra. Yeah, Castra will have probably have spaces for you to set up shop. They're not going to be very lucrative for most things, but they may make you a nice little home. But you won't need it to build stuff. And the answer is if you're mining on someone else's land, if it's like owned, you could get trespassing charges if they have, because CIG doesn't like the idea of having just like automatic punishments, but they have to like kind of sense you. So if they have some sort of sensor array or some sort of like system on the land itself to kind of register someone who's not supposed to be there, then yeah, you'd probably get a crime stat of some kind. But I also think that they're going to get rid of crime stats, and I personally hope they do. Crime stats suck ass. Crime stats are stupid. Not to get rid of crime or criminality, but to move criminality from just this arbitrary 5-star GTA bullshit and moving it towards more reputation based. Three session, I'd be stoked, yeah. I'd still temper expectations to, you know, a lot of what happens this year is going to depend on where 317 is. If 317 doesn't change much between now and launch, then I would keep expectations. I would say that my expectations are still pretty high. If 317 is entirely the same and they add shit, yeah, we're getting server meshing this year. I hate the crime stat system as well. It's just stupid. It's just like no one should have this big fucking flashing thing in the corner of their face saying you're wanted. That's like, fuck no. I should have to figure out if I have a warrant for my arrest. Lane claims will also make it more likely to get bullet in the brain without an owner of the land facing harsh penalties. Yeah, you're probably going to more likely be able to murder somebody on your land. And before this game turns into Rust with base rating, I guarantee you it's going to have base rating. I can guarantee you people building bases are going to get raided almost constantly. Bases are not a good idea if you're working solo, no matter what you think. Bases make sense if you're with other people. And there is safety in numbers. So if you can find a place that has a lot of people settled down building their own little kind of settlement and you just tag along with that settlement, you have a much better chance of surviving than if you just went on your own lone style, which is how civilization exists in the first place. So, you know, need base cloaking tech. They don't have cloaking tech, but yeah. They'll definitely give castle doctrine for ships too. They've already said they will, but they just need to wait for permissions to be added in, which requires permanence. Cramstat just got reworked a bit for friendly fire, etc. is good. No, I know that, but I'm talking about the system where arbitrary penalties, like if you commit a crime for Hurston, you've committed a crime for the entire system, even if that crime is only Hurston based and not other places. The current system, which is basically like these things are illegal, no stop. These things are everything else is fine. That system's stupid. It should be these things are illegal in these areas. Doing so will get you a negative reputation with this group, which will then cause you to have a crime stat, effectively, a criminal status that you can then get arrested and thrown in jail for. But that should not be a blinking 5-star meter on your screen. It should be something you have to know about and check your journal or check other things for that. Yes, I feel that getting a criminal stat rep should require more than just being inside a common range. I agree 100%. Even CIG agrees with that. That they want to have, reporting and scanning be a thing. Or just find a cozy cave and be able to just live in there. Isn't the game supposed to be large enough to hide a base? Isn't the game supposed to be large enough to hide a base if you don't want to be found? Oh, I'm sure you could. But nothing is invisible. People will always find you. You should just assume that people will find you. Good to see you. Been a while since I could catch you live. Question: once Star Citizen launches in full between CIG support and possible later Star Citizen community hosting support, What time frame do you think Star Citizen's life cycle will be before it becomes more or less abandonware? CIG will continue to support Star Citizen as long as they can make money off of it. That's all. CIG will stop making the Star Citizen when they stop making money off of it. Link scanning and missions like retrieving a black box in order to press charges. Stuff like that makes sense, yeah. Facts, Paul. The crime stat needs a lot of help. Thank you, yeah. You can move countries on Earth, and something you did somewhere you can't get arrested in another country. Exactly. Are there any plans that we can QT out of any rando location? Not that I know of. A person may not be able to find your specific base, but when enough people, every base will be found. Exactly. I really don't want every base building session just to be jump town all over again. Then have friends. Like, I can just tell you right now, based off of my experiences in games like this, bases are a liability. They are not an asset. They're a liability. It makes a lot more sense to buy a location in a settlement, like a landing zone, and just have that be your base of operations and just pay the taxes. Or build your homestead in or around another group of homesteads that actually support and protect you, where you're still gonna have to pay taxes to those people for protection. Going out and living that frontier lifestyle, you don't have to pay anybody and you can work hard, it's just gonna get your shit burned down to the ground. Space HOA, yeah. Let someone else handle security? Yeah, exactly. You're still going to pay for them, but they'll probably be better than you. Embrace the murder hobo lifestyle. Unrelated to Star Citizen development, what do you think about IRL undersuit for cosplay? There's a couple people who've made them. They're pretty cool. I'd love to see one. It's a good idea. The white suit, the standard suit that they have right now, that'd be cool. Not true. Interpol today. Not every company and not every country is has treaties with Interpol though. Have lots of kids and force them to base protection duties. Yeah. I'm imagining a mobile base, sort of like the classic G.I. Joe mobile base. I could see something like that with like ships. I mean, your ships are like your mobile home away from home. All right, let's do this. This capsule. So the capsules that we're going to talk about are twofold. The first capsule is going to be talking about the worst things about Star Citizen lore. This is going to trigger some people. So hopefully, I'm just going to say this right ahead. Trigger warnings. We're going to talk about politics. And by politics, I don't mean about politics. I mean what gamers think are politics. So if you can't handle that, now's the time to bow out. And then we'll also talk about the best stuff about Star Citizen lore. You'll see what I mean. It's not that bad. Most of you are going to be fine with it.
Good news, everyone.
I know enough of my audience to know that like some people just can't handle it. So, do I like ethnic people? The fuck's that question? The fuck is that question about? What do I think of Starfield? I think it's got potential to be really good. Gonna make some popcorn. It's gonna be good. So capsule, for those who don't know capsules, these are the sections that I kind of record, that kind of stuff. Turn the audio off. I did. Yeah, so that's this capsule office setting. So I don't, which is a separate. That's why I hit this button. I know that in real life, I don't want to deal with it in video games. Phantom, you'll see what I mean. It's not what you think it is. Love as you do. Love them for keep with the good work. Thank you, Wood. Wood. All right, here we go. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. Tiny little thing. Also space capsule. This is a segment of my Office Hours live stream where I'm recording for you on YouTube specifically. So if you didn't catch the 2 to 3 to 4 hour live streams I do, the AMAs, you can get a little bit of a taste of what we talk about, kind of generate some discussions, and hopefully get you to join us live on twitch.tv/theastropub or youtube.com/theastropub on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, or 8 p.m. Central Time in the U.S. So please join us if you have a chance to. And of course, I'm going to keep plugging this. I actually have a merch store. I know everyone has merch stores, but I have one. I never plug it. It's down below in the comments. Astropub t-shirts and some other cool stuff. It's going to expand over time. But the topic for today is quite simple. Today's topic is about the worst parts of Star Citizen lore. Now, for those of you who know me, I really like Star Citizen lore. I'm a lore guy. I like it a lot. It's just my thing. That doesn't mean that there aren't bad parts about Star Citizen lore. And the problems that I have with Star Citizen lore, ironically, have a lot more to do with they're not the same things that other people will cite on the internet about Star Citizen's lore, because most of those people don't read the lore or don't have access to, or haven't bothered to do the research into the lore, which is, to be fair, complicated and big, which is one of the problems. It's not on my list, but there's the first one. Star Citizen lore needs to be more simple. It needs to be easier to understand. But the very first one I have is the dates don't line up. The dates in the Star Citizen universe are weird because during one of the first parts, when Star Citizen was still being formed as an idea almost, they had built out a preliminary map of the universe. That map got leaked. And the community basically built from in pieces. And the community built an understanding of what the map was, including hidden systems they weren't supposed to know about that were supposed to be released when the game goes live. So since then, they reworked reworked the system map and came out with the current system map that we have now. The problem is that many of those systems' lore still doesn't quite line up. A great example of this is the UNE. If you watch the last Galactic historian I did on Star Citizen, with talking about Grey Cat Industrial, one of the major problems with that was that Grey Cat Industrial, the guy who helped build Grey Cat Industrial's repertoire, him and his friend, who was the actual owner of Grey Cat Industrial, they both graduated from Redder College. However, in the lore, what's his name? Croshaw, which was the first system humanity had visited, was only just terraformed the same year or the year before the UNE was formed. So Redder couldn't have been terraformed because Croshaw was the first extrasolar planet to be terraformed. That drives me nuts. There are some problems with that, a lot of those problems. Now, it's not game breaking, it's not horrible, but there are tons of those things that have changed and have not yet been updated yet. So that's a big problem. This next one is going to be a little controversial. I don't think it's going to be as bad as you think, but those of you who don't mean it long enough know that one of my big things is diversity matters in gaming. Representation matters. Having people who represent various elements of the gaming community should be represented in gaming. It should be presented. And in Star Citizen, it's even more important. Since the very beginning of the project, the concept of the UEE and the Star Citizen universe is we have billions of humans from all over the planet Earth with thousands of cultures all blended together and expanded across this massive galaxy over dozens of systems. But the diversity in Star Citizen is kind of weak. There's just not a lot of, other than kind of Roman-esque ideas, which are obviously the foundation of a lot of these things. But for instance, of the mission givers there's like one woman. Of the styles that we have, and granted, it's Stanton, so you're probably going to have different styles as we move out. But like, there's not really any architectural styles that are outside of like future modern standard. So, like, even the clothing is still very Western. There's no real like attempt at anything from other parts of the world where the, clothing isn't the same. So that would add a lot to the lore, which it's supposed to be in the lore in the first place. That would add a lot more to the flavor of the game, where you could go to a completely different system and go, this system was founded by a completely different group of people. A great example of lore that does this well is BattleTech. Every of the great houses of BattleTech, every one of the great nations, has a variety of different cultures which have influenced their style, their language, their culture. Everything is different. Plenty of games and other universes do this. The Belters in Expanse, a great example, how they're kind of a mishmash of various laborers from different cultures that have meshed together into their own kind of culture. Mars being different from Earth and all sorts of things. Star Citizen still has this monoculture problem. Hopefully as they move out, that'll get a little bit better, but that's a big issue. And the most easiest way of saying that is like, we've got Ticia Pacheco, who's the only woman who's a mission giver in the Star Citizen universe. That's kind of weird, just by like sheer volume of numbers. Next is the lack of personality. Star Citizen has very few named characters. Outside of mission givers, we really don't know a lot in-game about other people. We hear names popped out every so often, but we don't have a lot of faces to names. We see security officers and UE advocacy agents, and mission givers, but we don't really see much of that. And there's not much like deep lore in the background. We've like Alex Dugan is a great example. She's a character that exists in lore. She is the main kind of protagonist of the Reunion series when they were doing the MSR release. People like her exist in the Star Citizen universe, but we don't really see them or hear about them. Now, granted, it's alpha, still early in development. They'll probably expand that. But more people who are not just background characters. There's also a lack of ties to the universe. Star Citizen is beautiful, but there's very little reason right now to care about the universe you're in. There's no, the reputation system is still young, and it hasn't really been used to its utmost to try to tie a player to the Ninetales. Why would you work with the Ninetales? Not just because they give you money, but if you like their style, if you like the people. I can guarantee you a good mission giver with good personality or a good faction leader with a good personality will drive people to work for those people regardless if the pay is good or not, because people will gravitate to people they like or that they recognize or they sympathize with. And that is really lacking in Star Citizen, as well as this lack of a motif. There's really no theme in the Star Citizen universe. It's just kind of generic science fiction. I won't say that it's all generic science fiction, but it's yet to find its real central concept. Destiny has its sort of space medieval aesthetic, I'm trying to think about other games. Mass Effect has that kind of, Star Wars-esque vibe mixed with hard science fiction. Star Citizen has yet to really settle that aesthetic yet. And it'd be nice of them to kind of do that, because otherwise it gets kind of hard to get you immersed in the universe and care about this universe if it's hard for you to picture yourself in the universe. There's also just not enough in game, right? Most of the lore is on the website. No one signed up to play Star Citizen to read a website. They want to play the game. So we have mission givers, but they're very lacking in terms of content and in personality, other than just meeting them. In fact, most of the time you don't even meet them in person anymore. They got to fix that problem. We have events, which are good, but the events are impersonal. They don't have any consequences or lasting statics. They're very static rather than dynamic. There's no NPCs talking. Like, just adding NPCs talking in the background would go a long way to making the lore and the universe feel like it's lived in. Like, people are there and people talking about the stuff that's going on. And there's really no NPC interactions. You can't, like, interact with a random NPC. Now, I'm not saying this is like should be like Skyrim or other games where you can just interact with literally everybody in the street. Be cool. But it makes sense you wouldn't be able to program that to make it good enough. But at least being able to bump into someone and someone going, hey, buddy, watch it, or something like that. Again, just they're not there yet, but that takes a lot of the wind out of people enjoying the lore and the universe they exist in. Now, I say all this, but the bright side of this is that most of the stuff the narrative team has addressed and are going to be working on in the future. But I bring up this stuff just because people have asked me in the past, what's good, what's bad about Star Citizen, about the lore. And so I wanted to kind of get that out there. What do you think? Am I crazy? Am I right? What can Star Citizen do to improve your experience with the lore? Let me know in the comments below. And as always, remember, ex Historia ad Astra. All right, I don't know why it says giveaway. We're not doing a giveaway. We're going to turn that off, I guess. One down, one to go, yeah. We're not doing a giveaway. Stop it. There we go. Take a whole YouTube video. The one take a whole YouTube video. I'm not perfect at it. I'd still fuck up. You have to do it all over again. I already hit record, everything like that. Speaking of lore, did you get a chance to read the last lore about Addison? Not really, but she's been having a rough go about it. She just has a bad record right now. Like, the powers that be do not like her. The closest we had to a finished faction aspects could be was that we could sympathize was the people of Levski. Yeah, and even then they've taken a lot of that out. Hey, Tinbot, how you doing, buddy? The one woman who still doesn't gotten her hair. Yeah. Star Citizen seems to be paradoxically be constantly picking up the pace while never getting closer to the completion. It seems in my head. It is getting closer to completion. The biggest problem that Star Citizen has is that it's playable at the same time. So people who play the game say, like, look at all the faults in Star Citizen and rarely see improvement in the game, like, systems. Like, I could see a lot of people getting having a problem with, like, the development of the game. How do I put this? The development of the game. Play, like the playing of the game right now. And there's a lot of people who look at the game and say, who don't play it, who say, I'm not going to play until X is in, so I don't want to get involved. And those are two different people. Like, there are people who are like, fix fucking combat. And then there are people who are saying, give me salvage. And CIG is having to do both of those at once. So as a result, somebody who's looking at this in the concept of active gameplay is going to say the game's constantly getting more and more broken because they can't go back and fix those issues because they have other things to worry about, or they'll get back to it in a big patch later on. And then the people who aren't playing the game but watching the development and waiting for their stuff in, it seems like it takes forever for them to get there. So if Star Citizen wasn't also doing a live game and developing the game at the same time, this game would have been out much sooner. Speaking of lore, did you get a chance to read the last... Oh, yeah. I haven't fully yet. You did a Tom Scott? I don't know what Tom Scott is. Levski will rise again eventually, yeah. Paul, is there any chance that we could ever change the UEE logos? Or are we stuck with it? Even the UN doesn't just use the Latin English characters. We're pretty much stuck with it. I think the assets are there. I still think that's it's a bit of a... it's a bit of a nitpick to say, oh, the logo sucks or the flag sucks. The logo for the U.S. Army sucks. It's just a star that says Army. You know? That's the logo. It sucks ass. But the coat of arms of the U.S. Army is very different. I think we're stuck with the logo of what we have with the UEE. But I think we might get a coat of arms or some more official regalia, like a seal of the UEE, which will be different. But the stuff that you see on the flags or on people's uniforms and stuff, that's done. If it wasn't playable, they would sell no ships, though. Don't you think? Yeah, that's the problem. If it wasn't playable, they didn't sell any ships. So they're kind of in a weird situation. But yeah, when could we see a major game influence based off the community votes for as Imperador? See major game influence based on who the community votes as Imperador. What do you mean by that? We already have the community voted for Addison, and Addison's the Imperator. You're assuming the alien race like us cares about history. Yeah, it's Banu. Lore's been really fun to get into lately. The only thing that still bothers me is about the lores they've created ideas of the Banu not keeping any sort of records of history. Yeah, so the point of that is more that the Banu don't feel like that history matters. And, I know to us today that sounds alien or weird, doesn't make sense, but there was a time and place in human history when history didn't exist. In terms of its as a discipline where people would, study history. People would tell stories, but those weren't the same as history. And with how short-lived the Banu are, with how hyper-focused the Banu are on achieving skill and achieving goals, there doesn't seem to be a lot of impotence to really there's no real reason to care about history or keeping records. That doesn't say that the Banu don't keep records. They do keep records. They just don't keep extensive records. They'll keep records on who owes who what. But once someone's debt is paid, who gives a fuck? I don't need this paper anymore. Addison is as an excuse for regen. No, they would have come up with something else for Addison. I think just Addison just happened to be a nice excuse for it. Debts. Oh, the important thing is debts. Exactly. The keeping systems are important for not repeating mistakes, especially for a race that only lives 30 years. Oh, they make the same mistakes all the time. They don't give a fuck. They're not really a unified race. They're really more like a collection of companies that work together so that they don't get absolutely fucking aced by the Vanduul. They're not a race of like a collective nation. Signing the alliance with the UEE. They haven't signed an alliance, but yeah. The UEE has been pretty totalitarian state, so they very likely could have instituted standardized alphabet. Yeah, they probably could have. Irony of Chinese history that some of the best stuff was written by the Japanese, because each new dynasty would shed the previous one. Would be cool to see that integrated in the sci-fi game. That's kind of what they do with Star Citizen. The Banu do not have a history. The only people who keep the Banu history are humans. Humanity has been keeping a record of Banu history since we've met them. Much better than the Banu have. How dare you slander the Vanduul? Oh yeah, if you're talking about why does everything English in Latin alphabet? The CIGs are the lore team, the narrative team have already said this. It's just it makes Latin alphabet is a pretty common alphabet. Most people can read it. English is the language that most people speak at CIG, and it's the biggest market for their game is English speaking countries. So there's no reason to come up with a brand new language for humanity. It would, they even said you could maybe guess at what that would be like in 900 years, but that's a lot of effort for not a lot of payoff. the one thing that I will say that I've heard a lot of people critique CIG for, or the CIG for, that the narrative and the lore for, is that the game, the CIG's lore is well, I just lost my thought. Brain. Is usually a lot of details. Like people say, like, well, why is it the 2940s? And the answer is, why not? That's it's like a, who gives a shit? Like, it's why does Gundam take place in Universal Century? What does that fucking matter? It's just to give you a reference for the time around it. Hell, Star Wars doesn't actually have a dating system. The fandom just created its own dating system with BBY before the Battle of Yavin and after and ABY after the Battle of Yavin. It's a fan canon kind of thing. Like, so no Belter language. Like they're already making languages for like the Banu and the Vandul and the Xi'an and the Kurthak, I think. But yeah. Hey James. For business folks, what about following trends? They follow trends all the time. But that doesn't require you to keep records of what those trends were, just what they are. They could have not built ArcCorp that quick in 100 years. They could build it in 100 years. Why no Belta Loda? Because, like, here's the secret. If you read the books, Belta Loda, Lang Belta, doesn't exist in the books. It's all gibberish. The TV show is where they actually developed the actual language for. But Ty and, I can't remember the other guy's name, the two writers who are James S. Corey, who wrote, it's all gibberish. It's just random word vomit. To nitpick my part, brother's huge into xenology, and it rubs off on me. There's so much attention that goes into flag design and history. It's wild. Yeah, but you also have people who just throw shit up on a flag and call it a day. Like, flags are important, but at the same time, like, it's a minor detail. Suspension of disbelief, yeah. Like, at the end of the day, what's important is what Star Citizen's going for narratively. And we're going to go over that with the best stuff, but I'll kind of give you a preview on this one. The best thing that Star Citizen does is that it seeks to create as close to the modern day as possible without being overtly obvious with it, and never to show a bias. Star Citizen is not preaching any ideals to you. Star Citizen is creating a universe where your own ideals will influence what you like or dislike. So if you're somebody who believes in science and technology and are a futurist, or someone who believes that, ideally that the future for humanity is advanced technology and going to the stars, then Addison would be your candidate. But not everyone voted for Addison. Some people voted for the centralist candidate because he believes in order and unity and the stopping the Vandul. Like, your interpretation of the universe is affected by your perspective. And while that's true with everything in, like, all good universes, Star Citizen is actively trying to not be a universe with a message. They're not here to tell you that, Orange Man bad, or communists are terrible, or whatever. Like, they don't give a shit. What they're here to do is to build a universe that you feel like is real. And that's a lot to say. And in that kind of situation, what the patches on people's shoulders is more decoration than it is, actual, like, importance. Yeah, they do. They do randomly. They randomly do free play weekends. Probably would be March would be the next free play weekend. You'd figure ArcCorp would have a huge family-based culture considering just 100 years, but probably several million colonists became several tens of billions. Well, the thing about ArcCorp, the secret of ArcCorp, why it got so developed so quickly, is that ArcCorp just sold bits off to other companies. ArcCorp is not all ArcCorp. It's thousands, millions of other corporations. Fucking Gemini Arms, like Gemini Weapons, their headquarters is ArcCorp. There's a lot of companies that exist in ArcCorp. I thought you said the development of Stanton began 100 years ago. Yes, 100 years ago. The 2850s. With terraforming and the landing zones had only been around for 50 years. Yes, so the purchasing happened in the mid 29th century, and they started terraforming and kind of developing, laying down a lot of the work about 30 to 40 years after that, with the like Lorville being the first city that was built, which was a temporary homestead, really. That was built in the 2905, I want to say. So it's been about 50 years. Yeah, it took roughly 50 years, a little over that, more like 80 years. I bet a lot of ArcCorp was prefab warehouses and factories. The entire equator is a prefab factory. The equator of ArcCorp is just fusion engine manufacturing. So aside from the Hurston wage slaves, most other colonists would have a living memory of the colonization. Almost all of them should, yeah. But you got to remember that ArcCorp is a corporation. It only gives a shit about using the land and selling what it can. So, watch one of the videos where you believe Titus was going to be elected imperator. Logic is sound. What happened? The reason why I thought Titus was going to be elected emperor was because CIG seemed to be tipping their hat towards Titus because of the story they wanted to tell. At the time, I did not believe that CIG was going to let the players influence the election. I was wrong. That's why. I'll do a video about that probably at some point. I was wrong about it, and here's why. Because, and it goes to show you, CIG really does want the players to influence the game, which is bold choice, Cotton. Yeah, so Astra puts it up there. They're like, most U.S. interstates were built within 50 years. Given the state's rates of migration, we could easily see ArcCorp develop into something that big, yeah. Ninja Worker, that's what they have on ArcCorp too, not just in Hurston. If the Tavaran speak in chirps and coos, then it would be my highest priority to learn to speak Tavaran. The Tavaran can speak English, or at least human basic. So, leaving it to players is dangerous. Yeah. Well, Ninetales were the original colonists of Stanton. That's not actually true. We actually know who the Ninetales were. The Ninetales was an elite hit squad working for syndicates. And eventually they discovered Grimhex, muscled their way into Grimhex, and started building their empire. There's actually a full expose on the Ninetales on one of the jump points that I read. So let's go Nago. Yeah, I was a big fan of Nago as well. So the verse is going to be filled with trolls. I mean, yes and no. Letting the internet decide as a collective is a dangerous decision. They obviously have to deliver something big this year. Yeah, we'll see. I wanted the infrastructure candidate. I firmly believe voting Addison is voting for new antagonist race of AI. We'll see. I don't know. Argo MPEVU was a good choice. It was a good choice. Be a working toilet. So is Grimhex run entirely by the Ninetales? Yes. But no. But yes. Grimhex was an abandoned station that was taken over by squatters. The Ninetales showed up and were just like, this is mine now. And anyone who resisted them may have found themselves dead. But every time Hurston Security or Crusader Security shows up and is like, are you run by the Ninetales? The locals are like, no, Ninetales, no, we're just a neutral little trade hub, out of nowhere. Who's that guy with the gun and all the Ninetales armor? That's just Fred. He's a big fan of them. Yeah, totally not the leader of the Ninetales right there. It's plausible deniability. And I've had this question before, like, why doesn't the Crusader or the groups just come in and just like clear out Grimhex? Because if they cleared it out unless they nuked the fucking rock and destroyed the whole thing, they would, people would just come back and take it over again. Ninetales is not like solely located in Grimhex. It's their headquarters, but they have operations all over the system. So you wouldn't really do anything for that. On top of that, that would be some terrible fucking press, because Ninetales is filled with refugees. Or not refugees, but like people who are effectively homeless. People who are living outside this bounds of society, but are mostly peaceful. So it would be kind of like, for those United States who remember, it'd be kind of like Waco. It would be that kind of response. If you blew up Grimhex, it would cause some political turmoil. And on top of that, right now, all of the companies in Stanton are in deep shit because they keep fucking up and are not taking care of the crime problems in Stanton. And the UEE is losing its fucking mind because Nexus had the same situation. A company who discovered Nexus came in and started mining and kind of using the Nexus system for resources. And they didn't give a shit about all the illegal shit that was happening in their backyard. And once they had strip mined the place with all the resources they wanted to, they left all their systems in place. They just abandoned it. And all of these criminals came in. And every time the UEE is like, yo, corporation, you got this? They're like, yeah, it's fine. We got this. We're protecting it. They weren't protecting it. And then the Nexus system became literally what's known as the crossroads of crime, literally because it's so close to Spider. It's got a jump point to Cathcart, which is where Spider is. It was the place where all crime would, shit would, if a criminal or crime was going to happen, it probably at some point went through Nexus. And it caused massive problems where the UE had to invade the Nexus system and clear it out. And then there was the Waltzer massacre where a bunch of like innocent colonists were massacred by a gang that they had kicked out of the system. And it took the UEE Marines to come in and clear it out. Like kids, women, and children were massacred en masse by it. It was bad. Yeah, so the last thing the UE needs is another Nexus, but Pyro, or not Pyro, but Stanton. So the fact that crime is way on the rise in Stanton the companies have promised that they're going to deal with the prime situation, and they're not. The UEE is very interested in stepping in and this being like, we're revoking your charters, we're taking these planets back. Fred just cosplays on the weekend. Yeah. So that's the kind of like, so that's the political situation we're in right now in the Stanton system. Here's one of the bad parts about Star Citizen. You wouldn't fucking know about it. What I just said, you could only find out if you read the fucking lore. And it shouldn't. It should be in the game. I should see news reports about the rising crime in Stanton all over the Stanton system. comments about from UEE senators, being like, if the company Stanton don't get the shit right, we're going to have to come in and do it for them, Sorry, Jumpy. You get what I mean, though. It was less of the cult side of things and more of the political ramifications of that kind of crackdown. There's no war in Basikse. Yeah. Wasn't the UE response because of the days-long high-speed chase through the system? Yes, that was the reason why they got involved in the Nexus system, was because of I forgot the name of it. Keller's Run, because of Keller's Run. That was a huge problem. That's what actually got people to invade the Nexus system. But that was after years of neglect by the company that was supposed to control it. I think Addison won because many players hoped for an easy and free way to get to crew their multi-crew ships, so AI was their best choice for that thing. Yeah, I think that was the case as well. I wouldn't be surprised if a large percentage of players were like, oh, this is the AI candidate. If I vote for this candidate, CIG will make AI faster. Do I think everyone was like that? No, there's plenty of people who are like, I like science, I like advancement. That's why I voted for Addison. So I think it's a little blanket to say that everyone was meaning it, but I do think that was a large portion of it. Question. So CIG's endgame is to hold elections as a means to let the player base vote on which candidate's platform, i.e. future content, they want to see prioritized during candidate's term? No. The candidates do not determine which content happens. The candidates simply determine how that content is delivered. As they said, Addison being the Imperator doesn't mean that there won't be the AI, that doesn't mean that AI will suddenly exist and be good. It'll mean that AI will suddenly exist and suck still, because Star Citizen. AI and Star Citizen. That's the video that I'm finishing up now that I should have released on Wednesday, but it's going to be coming out next Wednesday. Every time Star Citizen, every time the UE makes AI, it sucks ass. It just doesn't work. It just means that the labs that fuck up the AI will be officially sanctioned instead of rogue. That's the difference. So we know CIG tracks everything that happens in the game. How cool would it be if my pirate group raids several prospectors and gets into dogfights next to a station and gets in the news? Just choose random stuff that happens in the verse for little news events. That'd be cool. It'd be hard to figure that out though, because CIG would have to record live news feeds and bring it in there. But that could happen. I can see stuff like that happen. I think the news van gameplay is a very important feature after server meshing. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be prioritized though. So we might get droids. There was a repair droid at one point. Yeah. Reliant Mako. Yeah. It's not hard. They're going to want to do full mocap sessions with news readers. So they're going to have to either use a member of staff to do the news, or they're going to have to hire a voice actor, motion capture artist, and have them do it on a routine basis, probably sometimes quarterly basis, which is expensive and time consuming. Plus it also takes up the animation team, which if they're not doing Squadron 42, they probably don't have time. It'd be cool, but it's a little more difficult than you think. Wasn't there a droid with the Orion also? I think so. Something like that. Can you explain refueling and if you think it's going to be a legitimate profession? Meaning making money by... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Refueling... So refueling works two ways. Quantum and hydrogen. Hydrogen and possibly even quantum will have different grades of fuel. Kind of like octane levels in modern gasoline or petrol. Like 87, 93, and 96 or 98. I can't remember the standard ratios. So like the lower quality hydrogen fuel will be will burn fine. It'll be cheaper, but it won't be as efficient. And then the higher quality hydrogen fuel will burn better, but be more expensive. And you as a Starfarer pilot will be able to capture that using like gas giants or gas clouds, and then refine that into gas on your tanks, and then, dish that out to people through through refueling, which will work like docking does right now. 87, 89, and 93. Okay, thank you. 95, 98, and 100 in non-states. Okay. Then they say you can collect different gases and create different plasmas to have different fuel efficiencies and thruster outputs. Yep, that's the idea. So I don't think that'll be in Star Citizen. Like, I don't think the gas collection is going to be in the refueling when refueling comes into the game for the first version. I think it's going to be later down the line. But, they're definitely still planning on that. I just want Jax McClary back. Don't we all? So here's the thing. Squadron 42 being finished won't magically mean more people are working on Star Citizen, but it will mean that more people are working on Star Citizen. Because the reason why Squadron 42 is taking so long to come out has more to do with the fact that Squadron 42 is being built from the ground up, including its engine and assets, alongside Star Citizen. Once Squadron 42 is released, you don't need to build a new engine for Squadron 42 Part 2. You can use the same engine. So it'll take less time for Squadron 42 to work, but you also won't need all of the experts who are working on engine development and other aspects of Squadron to exclusively work on Squadron. They can then move over to Star Citizen. And CIG they've basically said that they'll use Star Citizen as the development platform for future Squadron games. So if they add new gameplay or new content to Star Citizen, they can roll that into Squadron. So right now it's Squadron gets all the first tech first, and then Star Citizen gets the trickle down. But once it's released, it'll be the reverse, where the new Squadron games will use Star Citizen's tech that they continue to develop for the game, and then use that as their kind of like new shaders, all that kind of stuff that they do. So will there be a demand for refueling? Yes, but not in Stanton. Right now, the reason why it's super easy is because Stanton is a tiny system in comparison to the other systems. And most systems do not actually have infrastructure. Pyro has infrastructure, but it's all controlled by gangs. So you're likely not going to be able to just pop down to any station and be able to refuel and rearm. It also may not have enough fuel or weapons or anything available in that system to let you get there. And Pyro is 3 times the size of Stanton. So if you have fewer stations with less stuff, you're going to be more reliant on refueling in situ than you are going to be than you were in Stanton. Which means that if you are a Starfarer working in Nyx or Pyro, you probably make a lot of money because there are people who need gas on the way from to and fro. So there's definitely going to be a way to make money. It's just that gameplay is an example of a gameplay that won't exist until after server meshing is in, because there's no point to doing it right now. When they tie in news to Spectrum, they probably will, but I think it's going to take them some time to build those assets up and work it properly. What about just news audio reels? Like, of course, what happened in Terminals. I think they'll do audio, just audio stuff as well. It makes sense in the Star Citizen universe as well to do radio broadcasts and stuff like that more than just video stuff. But CIG is also very much we want to do it as immersive as possible. In my experience, in my opinion, there was no Whitley's Guide next to IAE. We have to go find Jackson Pyro. Maybe. Yeah, but let's be honest, we want a full Jax show. It'd be interesting to see a full Jax McCleary Whitley's Guide once a quarter. That'd be cool, but I don't think we'll have that. Most video games use effectively smoke and mirrors to get the levels a bigger scale than there actually is, i.e. anytime you drop a clip out of the ground, it's void. Star Citizen's trying to make it all of it tangible. Yeah, that is... That is a problem with Star Citizen's development, is that it takes longer to do that. A TripAdvisor alert popping in a journal could be cool. Yeah. There definitely needs to be something. The journal needs to change to something else, but I like the idea of the journal. There'll never be enough in-universe media content if they don't open up the players. We'll see. I mean, they'd have to do a vetting process for it, but how does information running work? For instance, would the stock market data need to be run between systems since communication can't travel faster than light? Yes, that is the lore. There is no faster than light communication. You have to use jump point travel, which is used through beacons and through probe droids, like probes or automated probes, and the relay stations. So yeah, like financial data is probably shuttled from system to system through secure courier, which is Inforunner. So Inforunning is going to be mostly just data that has to be secure from point A to point B. I know a lot of people are like, well, how would I do it as a player? It's like, you just won't use info running as a player. You'll use it for NPCs. There might be some info running capabilities with player stuff, but most of the game is NPCs. Except for respawns. Respawns will probably still have to, well, no, respawns work differently. Respawns, the regen system, oh God, I did that whole thing and then I've blanked on the name of the actual thing. It's a sphere. Ibrahim sphere. The Ibrahim sphere works through a connection through interspace, which is constantly updating. So it actually is faster than light communication, but it works more like quantum entanglement, something similar to that, than faster than light. And there's no way of hijacking it. We don't understand the technology. We just know it helps us live longer, so we use it. Drake held missions, yeah. What if there is any plans for a stronger dynamic economy? Thinking of day trader type professions. You're not going to have a day trader type profession. CIG is very against a passive income. They want players to be more active in their income. You might be able to do something like buy a bunch of stuff on spec. Like buy a bunch of iron and hoard it in your hangar, and then sell that iron once you manipulate the market, or because there's going to be a market drop or something like that. But you won't really have a day trader like we see, like just playing the market. Oh, that's a way of faster light communication. Memorize the document, suicide, and regen, write it down. Regens have limited numbers, Darsh. I guess crypto mining is out then? Yeah, you're not going to need crypto mining. They probably bring big guns and take it over. What about renting territory to other players? Renting territory? Oh, the Grand Tour. Yeah, not Galactic Guide. No, it's Whitley's Guide. They don't do the Galactic Tour anymore. If the money's good enough, they'll get people desperate enough to offer their regens for that. Yeah, I can see that. That'd be an interesting story element. That's where like regen can be an interesting story element for that. How much will CIG let us influence the economy on a macro scale? You are for every one player, there are 10 NPCs. So a player is 1/10 of the economy at all times. Which means players collectively have a huge influence macro scale, but not enough to crash the market. And that would be only if they collectively work together all at the same time for the same reasons. And the problem about that is, the 10%. The problem about that is that we can't even do that in real life. Like, that's why cartels always fail. Because someone's always willing to break the cartel to sell something at a cheaper price. $300 million. Yes. And that's the what the background game works. Not GPUs. Well, the GPUs are just they don't have enough. That has less to do with cartel. It's not like all the GPU manufacturers come together and be like, yes, we're going to fix the price at a high level. There's just high demand. The demand is way through the roof compared to what it costs. So. Honestly, mobile glass probably works on a form of quantum communication, or at least some common structure does. There doesn't seem to be any delay when messages between Orison and Lorville. That's just more because of because of gameplay reasons more than like lore. There's gonna be some stuff where they kind of wiggle because they want to make sure that it works. So they have fixed the prices higher to reflect that, and they control the supply. So who knows? Yeah. But if NVIDIA and AMD were working together to fix the market, A, it's illegal, and B, there's no way they're doing it, because if they were caught, the penalties for that are way higher than they realize. GPUs are expensive to make. They're not easy to make. And the materials, especially now, are very difficult to come by. And if you have a bunch of crypto bros buying up the GPUs so they can mine whatever crypto they have, like, that's an additional demand they didn't anticipate. That's also going to increase the price of and the limited supply of those things. Because all it would take is one of those two companies to go, I'm going to release more at a lower price and fuck over my competition, and then suddenly they can crash their opponent. Yeah, it wasn't them scheming in the background, it's them being idiots. Boeing and Airbus work to fix the market? Not really. They work to protect their own markets from each other. Crypto sibling. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Richard Sky, for that 61 months. That's insane. So 3 weeks in the year. Has the roadmap fallen apart yet? No, not yet. We haven't seen any updates yet, though, to be fair. Well, I think the first update will probably be this Wednesday or next Wednesday. Man, I missed this Golando. He'll be back. I think he's still moving to the UK, so it's going to take a while. Why not crypto idiots? I don't think people who work in crypto are stupid or dumb. It's not a bad idea. And I can see people who do it as a hobby. But at the same time, I can see the flaws. That's a really big move in my opinion. It is a big move for him to move to the UK. But CIG is essentially going to move anyone who they can to the new UK office because they got to fill those seats. When's the next big lore video? Wednesday. This coming Wednesday. I wasn't able to finish off the video for Wednesday at the right time I wanted to release it, so I'm going to finish it up this weekend, release it for my Patreons, and then y'all will get it on Wednesday. And in the meantime, I'll work on the next lore video and have that ready for my Patrons and that kind of thing. So I'll try to keep a week or two ahead. Crypto fan, yeah. He hasn't left California in all his life, not including trips. Moving across the planet is a huge for that person. That's that sort of person. I get it. Yeah, artificial intelligence is what we're going to be talking about. How the catastrophe of AI in the Star Citizen universe. Does Disco have a dropship of his belongings? I don't know. Yeah, I moved out of California. When I first moved out of California to Tennessee, it was a bit of a shock, but it helped that my family was all from the South, so I was already kind of used to most of it. And I've lived in California, Texas, Tennessee, and been around a little bit, so. Yes, Jared is moving to the Squadron 42 office. All right, so there's this myth that's going around. And I thought this at first, but there's been this theory that the reason why Chris Roberts is moving to Manchester and the reason why Jared is moving to Manchester is because they're wrapping up on Squadron. Now, we'll look at the Squadron roadmap here in a moment. We may not have enough time to get through that because I got to do through this other capsule as well. But I don't think that's the case. I think Chris is moving to Manchester so that he can manage the Manchester location to as their new big headquarters. I don't think that they're going to get rid of the LA office, but I think the LA office is going to go away permanently or downsize to just its legal team. Like it'll still be there, but it'll be smaller over time. And they're going to try to move as much as possible to Manchester. I think they're still going to keep Frankfurt working, and I don't see them leaving Austin anytime soon because Austin has a lot of advantages. It's still the head of Star Citizen, like the persistent universe. But Chris is focusing on getting the Manchester studio ready and raring to go. And that's going to be the new kind of headquarters for CIG, which makes sense considering the tax breaks and everything else like that they're getting. Everyone is leaving Cali. It's expensive, man. It's really expensive to have a company in California. So I don't think... Yes, Squadron is being worked on. Yes, I'm sure it's, people have been saying, oh, Squadron 42 has been 2 years away forever. I think it's 2 years away from now. And I don't think they're going to push it much further, if at all, because at that point it would be probably disastrous for them. I think this is a put up or shut up kind of situation where like this year, next year, they got to convert. They got to finish. They got to get across the finish line for Squadron and get Star Citizen in a good place. Because if they don't, they're risking a situation where no amount of backer funds will protect them from losing money. No, I'm not going to say Squadron 42 by the end of this year. There's no way Squadron 42 is coming out by the end of this year. I think we'll get a date announcement for the release of Squadron 42 by the end of this year. Meaning at CitizenCon, we might get a trailer or at least just an announcement saying that Squadron 42 is going to come out in Q4 2023 or whatever. They've been saying that for years. Yeah, but for years ago, they didn't have 1,000-person studio or looking to build 1,000-person studio and pay them all those people. It doesn't take a genius to look at CIG's financials and go, CIG is doing fine in terms of financials, but not fine enough for 1,000-person plus studio on top of all of the rest of their studios for the next 5 years. Like they're going to need to release something. And so it makes sense. Would I do it for a bottle of whiskey? Maybe. If they're expanding the studio, it means something so close, yeah. What backers would be saying 2 years from now? They didn't have two. I'm just saying knowledge that at this point, I don't see them being able to keep the doors open with the amount of money they're getting. It's a lot of money, but it's just not possible. Not with the kind of income they're getting right now. They need to have a release. Because when Squadron 42 comes out, they can convert a lot more sales for people who don't know about Squadron, even in the Star Citizen community, and will hopefully boost their ability to sell Star Citizen more at that point too. Like, it's just a financial situation. Like, I do not see that happening. Not that CIG is, doomed to fail or anything like that. It's just, I don't see it. Could be wrong. Like, I've heard doom and gloom sales. They're saying Star Citizen's going 90 days tops. I've been hearing that shit forever. Nothing's happened, but they could always go public, right? I mean, at that point, Star Citizen might as well just fold up. Our site next moves to buy Sony. I don't think it'll really begin to form up an MMO until 2024. I don't think we'll see like a beta until 2024. I think that's probably a good range date. The Centralists probably wouldn't have kept the regeneration technology exclusive to the wealthy. Probably would have, but they would have found some other reason to do it. Microsoft acquisition. That's not going to happen. Do I think he's leaving the U.S. for tax purposes? 100% he's leaving the U.S. for tax purposes. They've even, I mean, him personally, maybe. But for the studio, yeah. They've said the reason why they're building the new Manchester studio is because they got tax breaks. It's like they got money for it. They're overcrowded in all their studios. They have more people than they have seats in the CIG studios, so they need seats. They're going to build a new studio anyways. I've been hearing about a new studio for 2 years. And this is the big announcement recently, just so they're going to sell it down. So, Crytek acquisition. Isn't there some location in the UK where big companies don't need to pay taxes? I don't remember if that's true or not, but I know that they've said it in multiple interviews and press articles about the new location, was that they got significant tax breaks for doing that. And there's a bunch of other fluff as why they're moving there, but which is all fluff that they got from the city council, from the region, that they were told yeah, this is a great place to revitalize this region of Manchester. It's it's all bullshit. It's all political garbage. It's maybe they actually believe it, but it's not that. It's because it's cheaper. They're getting tax breaks because they're creating jobs, yeah, or at least bringing income to that area. In terms of regen tech, the wealthy, bear in mind, those players are fairly well off in lore-wise. Yeah, we're not broke, that's for sure. The new studio will actually be a replica of a life-size Bengal carrier. He said beta. Lol. Yeah, I know. CIG should buy Crytek. Oof. Beta, what's that? It's the inferior version to an alpha, because alpha is the Chad of game development. Manchester is Chris Roberts' hometown. That's where he grew up. But they even said in the interview that they weren't originally planning to go to Manchester. It just so happened that it was also his hometown, and they got the best deals there. Unless the plan is to have the outside studio investor money swoop in at the time of need when they need to have, when they have the most they could do done. Possibly. I just don't see that really working. I think it's more of a CIG. I mean, they have outside investors. They're not a public company, but they do have outside investors. Their board of directors did invest, people who are on the board did invest $100,000 or $100 million in Star Citizen. So We have like 300 million or something like that, but close to 100 million of that is 100. We have 400 some plus million, but like close to 100 million of that is from outside investors. You thought that he grew up in the Bay Area? No, he's never been to the Bay Area. Chris Roberts grew up in two places, Manchester and Austin. People forget that Austin was a major game studio hub in the 90s. He grew up in Manchester where his father was a professor. And then when his father took a position of a professor at UT Austin, he moved with him when he was a teenager. And when he was a teenager, he got a job working at Origin Systems, which is where he and Aaron made games for Origin. And that's where Wing Commander, Strike Commander, all those things came from. Dumb question. But I don't know why CIG taxes us for pledges when we're not purchasing a product. You are purchasing a product. For all intents and purposes, you're purchasing a product. You're getting a product in return. And that has less to do with CIG and more to do with the nations that they operate in. They used to not have taxes. They used to not make people pay taxes on the pledges, but especially since they got studios in the EU, they had to make people pay taxes for the EU. Like they have a studio in Austin, a studio in LA, and if you have Texas has online taxes, and so does San Francisco. Hey, Soul Citizens, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. As a Californian, it makes me sad, but I understand still we could have had opened up a studio cheaper sitting in California, but it's convenient for him and early on, I think. Not just convenient for him early on, it made sense because of what they were doing, what Sandy was doing in her career and what they needed to do for a lot of the stuff they were going to get done. Didn't Chris Roberts get dual citizenship early in his life? Yeah, he's got an oddly... It's an affected British accent because he spent his teenage years in Austin, and he's lived a lot of his life in L.A. Having lived in L.A. for a year, L.A. kind of sucks. What do you mean kind of sucks? L.A. sucks ass. I grew up in San Francisco, in the San Francisco Bay Area, and it's not great, but holy shit is it better than L.A. L.A. sucks. Fuck L.A. Aaron has a much more pronounced English accent. Is his dad American? I don't know if his dad is American or not. I know his dad's a professor. Whatever happened to Ben Lesnick? Ben Lesnick used to work... Ben Lesnick stopped working for CIG. He still works for them to do the Jump Point magazines. He still does that. But his health concerns meant that he couldn't work in the studio. So he works remotely now. Any concerns about other games coming out dwarfing any of All-Star Citizen news? Okay, Starfield. Let's talk about Starfield before we move on to the next capsule, and then I'll move on to the looking over the the monthly report. So, do I think Starfield is a threat to Squadron 42? No. I'm going to say something that might upset some people. I don't think Starfield is going to have much, if any, space gameplay. Now, I'm fairly certain that they want to add space gameplay. They want to do this very hardcore space adventure game, but they also want to create our classic RPG. So, Starfield, I think, at most, is going to have on-rails ship transportation. You get on your ship, the ship takes off, you set a destination for the ship to go to, and along that route, you have a random dice roll of getting intercepted by pirates or encountering something interesting or whatever. and it will divert you to here and there, but you won't actively be piloting your ship around. It'll be a travel mechanism, a loading screen, as it were. How do you know about Ben's health concerns? I don't remember where I heard it from, but I remember hearing it from somebody about Ben's health concerns. I think he's okay now, but it might have been Twitter. Yeah. It's completely not Bethesda's forte. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. What Starfield is going to focus on is, again, I wouldn't be surprised if every planet is like a map the size of Skyrim. You know, and for people, it's like, oh, that's huge. Like we in Star Citizen know that's not fucking, that's shit. That ain't shit. Skyrim's map size ain't shit. But having every planet you land on be the size of Skyrim is a pretty fucking big map for pretty ambitious for Bethesda, which could have possibly dozens of these maps. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be covering Starfield's lore and a little bit of Starfield on the run up. I've already done a primer on the lore of Starfield on which is the last video I did. So, a crater the size of Skyrim, yeah. And I think that Starfield, what it might do is prove that space is successful, because there's really not been a AAA space game or space adjacent sci-fi game that's really made any moves in the AAA space. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare tried and failed miserably, not because it was a bad game, but because the audience behind Call of Duty wasn't interested in it. I think if Infinite Warfare had come out without the Call of Duty name, people would have been a lot more interested in it. But we really don't have a lot of space AAA titles. And Bethesda's been dipping its toes in there for a while, especially with like Prey being around there. So Guardians of the Galaxy is out, but that's best parts of Mass Effect, sci-fi theme, but not space game. Yeah, and Mass Effect Andromeda was a bit of a failure. So other than No Man's Sky's Comeback Kid, we really haven't seen a lot of good space games. So what I think the worst case scenario is Starfield fails. I hope it doesn't happen, but it will. Hey, Griffin, thank you so much for giving those subs to OK Camo, Max, and Knowledge Lambo. You all very important puppers. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers. And at that point, it's just like, fuck, you know, whatever, move on. We've been cyberpunked. That's going to be a new term now. We're going to use it around. Whenever a game that's hyped just fucking flops on its face, we call it cyberpunked. Yeah, so, it could happen. But, best case scenario, it does really well. And it regenerates more interest into space and science fiction. Now, it takes a long time for the wheels to turn in the gaming universe. So if, say, Ubisoft wanted to come out with a game that would compete with Bethesda in that kind of space game sphere, it would take them probably 4 years at least to get that started. But by that time, we're probably going to have Squadron 42 out. So suddenly you go from Bethesda having a fun hardcore RPG with little dip toes into space to space adventure with Mark Hamill, you know, with Luke fucking Skywalker. I think it's a simple explanation as to a rising tide lifts all boats. Space adventure with the Joker. Yeah. Thank you, Griffin. How you doing, buddy? How was the stream with Soul Citizens? How was it going? Cyberpunk more so flop face first into a wood chipper. Yeah. Stream went well as always. Yeah, I mean, people have been asking me about if, like, do I think Starfield is going to be a threat to Squadron? It's like, no. The only thing that's the threat to Squadron is Squadron. Squadron itself is the threat to Squadron. If it sucks, no one cares. Drew, we're talking scale. Bethesda's planets will be awesome, but nowhere near the scale of Squadron. Yeah. I think you would be surprised if you see a lot of the maps will be fairly empty in Starfield. So it'll be very easy to kind of go through the, like, fairly easy comparatively to build maps for Starfield than it would be for other games, because they don't have to, like, put shit tons of content in these maps. The map could just be explore this area and see 6 or 7 different things that they've put around. So hard. Why is it so hard to convince people Star Citizen is a scam and it's the future of gaming? Because Star Citizen's been in development for 10 years and has raised $400,000 by selling ships, in-game ships. All of those things, like, check the boxes of problems in video gaming. Long time in development must means it's a failure, because that's kind of the mentality that people have. Any game that's been in development for longer than 4 years is in trouble. It's raised $400 million. It has a lot of money, which means that if it has a lot of money and you've checked the first box, it means that the game is got a ton of money but isn't doing anything. So obviously, where's that money going if the game's not being completed? And the last question, last one is that they're selling in-game ships. Oh, so it's pay to win. It's a pay-to-win game that doesn't exist, that has been around for 10 years. It's super easy to sell that whole thing because of other games that exist, that are like that. But it's super easy to also flip that narrative, because the reality is every time an article or, a big brouhaha blows up about that, CIG's funding goes through the fucking roof. They always get a ton of new people buying in at that time. So it's like, all news is good news. Just got to spell the name right. Did you buy your ship on Star Atlas? God. Beyond Good and Evil. Yeah, but Beyond Good and Evil never sold anything yet, so. Thank you for the $10 A of A. Hey man, awesome show. I was wondering if you know if there's going to be a way to play aliens in the PU. If so, which race would you choose? I'd hope so. I think CIG at one point said that they wanted to do that as an expansion where you can choose alien races. That was the only time they've even mentioned, like, a separate buy-in for Star Citizen, which I could see happening. Like a $30 expansion pack where you get to play as a character who's an alien race. It'd be cool. Because there's going to be probably a whole different kind of thing they'd have to work on the back end for that. Don't forget the missed deadlines. I already said 10 years in the making, man. That's just how that works. What do you think about Star Atlas? I have no fucking idea. All I know about Star Atlas is they're using NFTs to sell a game. I don't know who the fuck the developers are. I don't have any desire to care or give a shit about Star Atlas. Yes, I think that's the big thing. That whole thing. I love Beyond Good and Evil. Too bad they don't have anything to show. At least Star Citizen can show off a bit of gameplay. I think that's the big thing that draws people in, is that people can go, hey, the other question for that, which race would I choose? Tavarin. Either Tavarin or Banu. I love me the Banu. The Banu are fucking assholes, but I love them. They're total dicks. Tavarin are just, like, they're the go-to, though. Everyone would want to be a bird person. Bird person are just... But I think that's a good way of putting it. Despite anything you'll hear about Star Citizen, the difference between Star Citizen and almost any game that's supposedly like Star Citizen is you can play Star Citizen right now for $45. And often when these articles come out is around the free flight times. So often when that article comes out and you read it, you can play it for free. You know? And there's plenty of people who play it and go, I can barely run this game, lol, this sucks. And then there's other people who look at this game, who run the game and say, hey, I can barely run it, but I can see where they're going with it. And, maybe I don't buy it now. And then, the next free flight comes, they come back and check it out again. Wow, they've made a lot of progress in this. I think I'm going to put down $45 so I can get this game. That's the thing. It's like CIG isn't trying to go, please pay for my $10,000 spaceship. CIG is saying, here's the first taste. It's free. That's what it is. That's the key. I love the Ninja Turtle, though. It's John Love. Yes. Meanwhile, Call of Duty makes $1 billion a year. Yeah. But, Call of Duty releases games. That's the difference. Goddamn the pusher, man. Yeah, that's what it is. Question, has CIG clarified on the commander mode for cap ships and the fleet NPC pilots crew? No, because I don't think they have an idea how it's going to work yet. They got to build the systems to make that system even functional before they can get that started. Someone on Twitter was claiming that Star Citizen had no gameplay. I promptly linked the Daymar Rally video showing off Ninetales. Yeah. Like I said, his character's named Pusher in Squadron 42. I forgot about that. Thank you, Darsh. Hey, Sketch. Doing good. I got your message, by the way, Execute. I don't know. I only know tangentially through that guy, so I couldn't help you with that connection. Spear, yeah, the Tavaran with the spear. That's old Tavaran. That's OG Tavaran. They've changed since then. Oh, we've been talking about Star Citizen development as a whole. And we've talked about the worst parts of Star Citizen lore. Now we're going to talk about the best parts of Star Citizen lore in a section I like to call the capsule. So I'm going to talk at this camera for a bit. This is for a video for YouTube, and it's going to be, so I'm not going to react to chat, but we'll talk. Yeah, I'll take your questions and answers after this.
Good news, everyone.
Whether Star Citizen, I don't think Star Citizen is the future of gaming. I don't think it's as bold as that. I do think that Star Citizen represents a threat to the publisher system, because if super big names like Chris Roberts can manage to leverage their name and fame to start their own companies and succeed, the other people may have the same idea, like Molyneux, that kind of thing. Others have tried, but none have really succeeded. And the threat of a big name developer going off and doing their own thing could threaten what the publishers have, and going directly to the fans rather than going through the publishers could possibly hurt their bottom line. I don't think publishers are sitting there rubbing their hands, be like, "Oh no, Star Citizen's going to ruin us." That's not really what's going to happen. No one gives that much shit about Star Citizen, but they, they're probably not fond of it. They probably think it's either a scam, or they think, "Fuck that company," Now, Crytek sued them because they were running out of money and they couldn't pay their employees, so they wanted to try to get money out of CIG. Good night, Darsh. All right, so this is we're going to talk about the best parts of Star Citizen lore. Hello and welcome back to another Star Citizen capsule. Office Hours capsule, where I talk a little bit of my Office Hours podcast, my AMA podcast, live stream on twitch.tv/theastropub and youtube.com/theastropub. Thursdays at 8 p.m. Central. Be there live. So this is a little section that, take a little section of it and pull it off into YouTube individually for those of you who can't watch the 4 hours that I do this usually. To, generate a little discussion, maybe get you to come join us live if you can during that time period. And if you do enjoy it, remember, like the video and subscribe for more content like this. Now, this is being recorded at the same time as we did the worst of Star Citizen lore. So as a balance, I'm going to do the best of Star Citizen lore. Because, Star Citizen has some problems, especially the lore, but there's a lot of things they're doing right. I'm going to start off with saying the universe is incredibly deep. It is very well thought out. Pretty much every detail of the lore has some aspect to it. It's obvious what they started off with broad strokes, big formative pieces, and then they worked their way in from the formative pieces to smaller and smaller chunks in the details. Sometimes that changed some of the retcon stuff a little bit here and there. A good example of this is the Banu Merchantman used to be a generational ship, but the Banu do not have generations anymore. They changed that lore up. So that's really not the case anymore. So you see some retcons here and there. But they mostly keep everything fairly straight. It's pretty easy to know that humanity went from a planet that was overpopulated and exhausted to pushing out to Mars, terraforming Mars as a collective effort, expanding out to the rest of the solar system, accidentally into a jump point, mapping and charting the jump point, and then spreading out until they bumped into other alien races. Realized that they needed, before they bumped into alien races, they realized they needed to unify in order to not complicate the political situation of exploration. So they created the UNE, wasn't popular, fought the unification wars, UNE won. Bingo bango, you got a world government. They expanded, met aliens, realized they needed to refine that government because they were no longer just Earth, they were a bunch of other planets. Created the UPE, fought a bunch of aliens, the Tavaran, slipped into full fascism, fascism's overthrown, and here we are. There's much, like the through line has always been there, and it's been just the details have been filled in along the way to make us a little bit understand a little bit more. So the universe is very well thought out. There's a lot of background already there for them to work with and continue. And the best part about all of this is that this universe is built hand in hand with gameplay. The best example of this is the Cutlass. There's a great video by the pilot who looks at the Cutlass, and he starts off by saying, the Cutlass is a bastard. And that is encapsulated Drake to a T. The Cutlass is exactly as it's defined in the lore. Wasn't always that case, but it is very much the epitome of its lore. And you can see that with a lot of the ships. The Anvil ships are very Anvil. Not just because they have a style guide now, but also because the lore influenced a lot of those designs in the first place. So the universe itself is built with gameplay in mind. So you can't unravel the two. They're linked inexorably, forever. The other thing is, this is a story to live in. It's not a story to consume. It's not a passive story that you watch on television or read in a book. This is a story that you are actively involved in. So the lore itself is built less like a series of expanded universe novels and more like the background to an RPG game. You're supposed to, the game is being designed for it, and the lore specifically is designed to make you feel like you are slipping into a universe that is fully fleshed out. Even if not all the aspects are detailed, you have an idea of who are who by glancing at them. You're also part of the world. You're not some hero saving the day. You're just a dude or a dudette or dudettes, whatever. Dudettes, NBs, whatever you are. You're just a person in this universe. You're not some epic hero. You're not the savior of the galaxy. You're not Commander Shepard. You're John. You're Sally. You're James. Like, you're just there. You do help to decide the fate of the universe, but you have to decide the fate of the universe alongside other players. And that means a lot. This game is not being developed. The story itself is not built around you being some special chosen one. You're just there. You may have a little bit better options than most people do in the universe, but it doesn't mean you're the hero that's going to save them. You're not the Master Chief, you know? They're also willing to take risks. The lore of Star Citizen will put in the hands of the players. The lore team of Star Citizen will put the lore in the hands of the players themselves. A great example, Jumptown. Jumptown 1.0 is officially canon. The first Jumptown, which was the first real dynamic event in Star Citizen's history, is a canon event that took place in the Star Citizen lore. And they did so by inserting a reference to it in a Senate hearing, saying that it's an example of high crime going on in the Stanton system. That's an example of why this lore is so fucking cool sometimes, is because they're willing to let players affect it, and they'll never like go out and say Joe Schmo XXX doing your mom XXX slayed the mighty pirate, Chris Dread Pirate Roberts. That's not how that works. They will do is say that this pirate organization, which players have just constantly been beefing on and knocking out and taking over their location, suddenly it'll pop up in lore that this pirate organization was destroyed by local thugs or by local militia, and knowing the players are the ones who did that. So players have an effect on the lore, and they're willing to take that into account, which will have ripple effects throughout the lore, which is cool about that lore. Daymar Rally is another example of that. Cool event taking place in Star Citizen, and now it's in lore. It's officially a canon piece of Star Citizen lore. And it's been a player event that's run for forever. So it'll be referenced. It's already been referenced in lore, and it'll be referenced in further updates and other kind of videos talking about the Daymar Rally, about what it is, all sorts of things. So because they're willing to trust the player base or take the risk with the player base, the lore is not stagnant. It's not just a book you read and then pull the details out and put it up on Wikipedia. This is something where if you want to experience the lore, you can experience it in game, or at least the plans to go experience in game. That's cool. It's also not preaching to you. Star Citizen is not a game that's going to send you a message. That's not to say there isn't a message in Star Citizen, but there's no overt messaging. Star Citizen is building a universe. The lore is a universe that is reflective of our own. It's designed to have nuance. The team has often said that they want to make the universe one where there is not really good guys and bad guys. It's where everyone is a good guy in their own story. And that culture isn't just flat. Like, not all Banu are trade-obsessed, money grubbers. That's not all Banu. That's just a main aspect of their culture. It's not all Americans wear cowboy hats, love guns, and eat hamburgers. A lot of us do, but doesn't mean all of us do, kind of thing. That kind of concept. And as a result, the game's universe itself is much more focused around making you live in the universe, not shooting the story in your face. Like, this is what you're supposed to get out of this game. Aren't I artistic or whatever? That's not what they care about. They want to tell the universe, which is more compelling in many ways because players are going to be taking the lessons of the universe or the stories for their own self. Like, for instance, I have famously said that I feel like Star Citizen is very grim punk. a combination of grimdark and cyberpunk. And I get that from looking at some elements of the lore. Somebody else might see it more as, Starship Troopers, but, for the 21st century, with things like the citizenship and that kind of thing. There's a lot of different elements. Depending on what your perspective is, you can take a lot more away from it. And they are intentional. It's intentional. They don't want to sell you something big about it. They just want to make sure that the universe is believable, really realistic, as close as possible in their own ways. And lastly, as I've been kind of hinting at a lot here, the lore and the gameplay are intertwined. Everything in the game has a lore explanation. Everything does. Even if that explanation breaks the universe as we know it, it's their universe. That's what they're trying to tell. It's not just dressing for the gameplay. It is the gameplay. That doesn't mean that the lore is superseded by the gameplay. It just means that the lore and the gameplay are thought of at the same time. A great example of this with CIG's development process for ships. CIG will come up with an idea for a ship. They'll then pass it off to the lore team. The lore team will then look at the ships, they'll talk with the designers and go, this sounds like a Drake ship, or this sounds like an Anvil ship. And so then they'll kind of talk back and forth, work it out. Then they'll say, well, let's make this an Anvil ship. Then they move that from that process to start fleshing it out further to the concept arts. And then at the very end, it comes back to the lore team who then write the lore for the ship, where'd it come from, all those sorts of things before they release it. So the lore team's involved at the very beginning of a ship's creation and at the very end of the ship's creation, meaning that the ship has always been cemented, anchored in the lore before it even is built. That's how ingrained the lore is in the gameplay. It doesn't mean that the lore team dictates the gameplay. It's just that they work together to form the game itself. So hopefully that gets you somewhat interested in the Star Citizen lore. And like I've said, there are some problems. The biggest problem is that a lot of this stuff just isn't in the game yet, which we hopefully will see soon in the future. But what do you think? Good parts of the Star Citizen lore. Do you like the Star Citizen lore? What is your favorite aspect of the Star Citizen lore? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. Remember to like, subscribe if you want to see more of this kind of stuff. Catch us live, twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub, Thursdays at 8 p.m. for our live broadcast of this. And like I say every time, ex historia ad astra.
Distress bacon.
Whoops. Thank you, Sangroper. My picture of America is now destroyed. Thanks. So, Paul, if this game is a reflection of our universe, does that mean that the ancient gods of our text are just players that logged out in Quantum and left the game running, so we're just Quantum? Yes, Gravity, that's the case. I don't see Star Citizen particularly grim. Rummy, do you want me to tell you why it's grim? Yes, I can tell you. Being a human in the Star Citizen universe, and post that over here. Being a human in the Star Citizen universe involves that you, hopefully, are born with enough wealth that you're not going to want for much. But for the vast majority of humans in the Star Citizen universe, 60 to 70% of humans in the Star Citizen universe, you're born as a laborer. You're probably working at a very young age. Your parents are probably living in government housing or very run-down housing. And you don't have many options. Your options are basically join a criminal organization or join the military. And if you join the military, you get some advantages, but you also have to go fight the fucking Vandul, which could gut you stem to stern. Up until recently, with regeneration didn't exist, you're basically putting your life on the line for a possibility to not live in shit. And if you're really unlucky, you end up working in a factory like Lorville, in like Lorville, or ArcCorp, where you're just stuck there, earning no money whatsoever. The vast majority of humanity are low-level peons barely making ends meet. And if you're lucky, you become a citizen. If you become a citizen, you can elevate yourself out of that drudgery, but you got to put your balls on the line for it. And the majority of those citizens are probably not poor people who work their way up. They're mostly rich people who could ensure that they don't have to work on the front lines when they serve in the military. And that's pretty fucked. From history to the stars. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. So that's the grimdark aspect of things. Like, you're born to die in the Star Citizen universe. You're not going to be living in a very fun existence. But it's also cyberpunk in the sense that, you know, you get the cyberpunk aesthetic, but also the theming. Star Citizen, the UEE, is a corporatocracy. The people who have the most power are the corporations, just like in most cyberpunk kind of universes. And so you have elements of cyberpunk where there are people who are actively fighting against this, you know, rebelling against the corporations. And then you also have the elements of people who are fighting for the corporations. So you have this elements of grimdark, like the universe is bleak. The Vanduul are going to invade and kill everybody. No one's going to survive. If we're lucky, you know, you might live long enough to get killed by a Krathok. Like, shit's bad, yo. Not in good situation, especially since the UEE is on the precipice of falling into a civil war and breaking into two. It's like, the universe is not at a good place in the Star Citizen universe. It's great for players who are the middle-ish class, upper middle class, because chaos is how players will determine a lot of these aspects. Who wins and who loses wars, which company rises, which company falls. That's what players will do. They'll help with those, to decide those events, with those things. But yeah. It feels pretty grim. Well, grim in terms of grim dark usually means that you're living in a universe that there is not a lot of hope. That, like, not even, like, the most advanced people are going to survive. Is there a law against synthetic humanoids? Yes. I like that even the ship armor is based on its place in history. Older ships tend to be armor tanks, and newer tend to be shield tanks. Yeah. Yeah. A little finger told me chaos is the ladder. Yeah. They need to retcon the Redeemer to souped up Cutlass that's been engineered to its absolute limits. We'll see. I really can't decide. Is Space Tomato for bedtime, story, sleepy time, or Astropub? We're both for it. And when we're together, you can really sleep. Or you get very lucky and get hired as a crewman on a ship and escape. Oh boy, if you're living outside the UEE, life's even worse. Because the UEE at least offers a modicum of protection. Pyro is a fucking nightmare. Nyx is like living in dirt. There is nowhere outside the UEE, which is a fun place to live. Unless you like chaos and fucking shit up. Is it legal to buy enough synthetic limbs to make a synthetic humanoid? No. You can buy synthetic limbs. You just can't create an AI. Are you talking about a synthetic humanoid? Like you're not talking about like an AI. You're talking about like a human with like their brain and a robot body. See that? Hello, I'm a pirate. How many systems are controlled by the UEE? I think 30. 20 to 30, I think. The Hades system, you mean? Yes, it's not technically UE space. It's neutral space. The UE doesn't claim it, but it's also only accessible through UE space. I think no, it's actually accessible through Spider or through Cathcart. So it's not only, but yeah, it's not really. It's a major trade route, so it's protected. But there's like nobody lives in Hades, so there's no point in claiming it as UE space. When will 3 systems be online in Star Citizen? At the earliest, the end of this year. At the latest, I would say sometime mid next year. How do you think citizenship will affect gameplay? It's hard to tell right now. I think it'll likely end up being in like discounts. Right now, we don't have to deal with things like port docking fees and hangar fees and other issues like that. I think citizenship will just give you discounts on some of that stuff. Those seem some sort of long arc, multiple linked philanthropist missions where you spot down and out NPCs and help them with learning a trade, save their own money, and eventually, but a ship and get out of poverty. Wouldn't make a profit, but it might seem. I'd like to see something like that too. Yeah. Hey, Great Crown is on this. Do you think the Perseus will be a good speed to be a blockade runner? Probably not, but it's got the armor to be a blockade runner because you ain't stopping that ship once it's going full speed. What will the systems be after your initial guesses? We know it's Pyro and Nyx. After Nyx, it's probably going to be Castra. And after Castra, I would say Magnus. And then by that point, you're probably having Squad 42 released, and Squadron 42 is released by then Odin, because Odin's got a jump point to Nyx. I think the last thing we'll see before they go into beta will be Terra. But a lot of that stuff is pretty easy. Like Castra is a system that has the most concept art of any of the other systems that exist in the game right now. It has multiple concept arts of its landing zone, which is Sherman Station, or just Sherman. And it's a pretty easy system because it's 2 planets, a gas giant and a regular planet. That's it. And it has a connection to both Nyx and Pyro. When can we see Earth? I don't think we're going to see Earth until release. 10 years at the latest, at the earliest. Why run through a blockade when you can blow it up? Exactly. Yeah, that's the key. Is like if you go out into the space on your own, you're taking a huge chance. Like life sucks in Star Citizen universe. But as a player, that doesn't matter as much because as a player, it's kind of your universe. You're positioned in a unique location in lore to do whatever you want. And the universe is shitty that you can kind of do whatever you want. And, you have to face consequences for it, but you have the means to. I think Soul will be the very last system we'll see. If it's not the last, one of the last. Getting Soul on release is a big if. Here's a reminder. I believe Soul wasn't even in the game for Elite when Elite first went live. I may be wrong on that one, but do you think Earth would be cool? What do you know about Earth in terms of old Gaia doing these days? Earth is. You ever been down like a main street in a small town on the outskirts of a large city? Where like half of the shops are closed up. There's like a Walmart down the street, but like, maybe if you're lucky, you have a historic downtown where they kind of keep some of these shops open and keep them alive. You might have like a battlefield or a museum nearby that keeps it open. That's basically what Terra is. Only it's also the county seat. the county seat, so it's where all the major government goes through. It was, but you needed rep to visit our permanent locked, yeah. Sol is very empty. There are less people in Sol now, on Terra, on Earth, on Earth now. There are less people on Earth now than there are, there are less people on Earth in Star Citizen universe than there are on Earth now today. It's like 4 billion humans on the planet. Mars is slightly more populated, but it's always been an industrial center compared to Earth. And the other systems, so like I think all of Sol, I would guess that you'd have probably around 10 billion people living in Sol, which is tiny compared to even Stanton. Stanton's much bigger in terms of population. We talked about 3 main landing zones on Earth, but that was back before procedural planets days when everything was going to be instanced. I don't think you're going. I think it's going to be like ArcCorp, where not like where it's a city planet, but where like you're not going to be able to land on any place except for those landing zones. What do you think about a potential BMM release at this year? Like if we're overtly lucky, I don't think it's overtly lucky. I think they're planning on a BMM release this year. I think they're going to release it for CitizenCon. It was the next one on the pipe anyways. I'd be very surprised if they released it by Alien Week. It would make sense though, because they are working on shops and takers for like this next patch. So sounds like my county seat, yeah. Like, cause like Stars, the way I described it is like an old European city, or like an old like Chinese or Vietnamese or Thai city that like half the population lives there now. So like you're living around and working and walking around streets that were built like 1,000 years ago, and it feels like there should be more people there than there are because there are less people. That's what Terra. I keep saying Terra. That's what Earth is like in the Star Wars universe. It's like living in a historical monument. Why is the Earth so depopulated? Because the Earth was running out of resources by the 22nd century. Overpopulation, political stresses. They were trying to get people off Earth as fast as possible in once the new systems were discovered, and people saw the new systems, the new like star systems that were discovered after jump points, as the opportunity to get a new life and to get land and like those sorts of things. So there's really nothing left on Earth for people to really cling to other than the history. It's not as good economically. There's only 2 jump points out of Sol. And Terra is much better economically. Pretty much every system other than Sol is better than Sol. Sol's only just got the history that it's the cradle of humanity. That's about it. It's even worse that it's only 2 jump points away from Vanduul space. So it's like right on the edge of the precipice of death. And the hover bike, I think the hover bike's come out in 3.16.1. I wouldn't be surprised for that. And the Scorpius and the 2 holes and the Vulture. The Vulture is going to be, and the holes will be determined if their gameplay aspect is added or not. Cargo refactoring will be another big game changer. Yes, cargo refactor will be a good indication of where they are with persistence. And they've already said that the Banu Merchantmen, they really have like maybe 1 or 2 teams that work on big ships. And I think they've already said that the Banu Merchantman is the ship that they're working on this now that they've released the Hercules and what's the latest one? The A2, yeah. The A2 is the last big one that they released, so. My theory is that the BMM is going to be in the keynote. Think about it. Who made the character go by that artifact in Pyro 3? Maybe some ship-to-ship docking too? Maybe. We'll see. I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to look over the roadmap, or not the roadmap, the monthly report. We'll talk a little bit about what advancements actually happened. Don't go anywhere yet. All right, we're back. All right. Worship the chairs and ask questions about the Redeemer. Oh, God damn it. All right, so I'm probably not going to get to Squadron 42. I usually do go over Squadron 42. We'll probably go over Squadron 42 next Thursday, just to keep things interesting. So, I do like this new format. It looks a little bit better. Here comes the monthly report. Okay, so let's go over this real quickly. AI content. The AI team as a whole closed out the year creating future test maps for AI behaviors and usables. The feature test map are new autonomous testing processes that run each day and print out reports, which are hugely beneficial to the team as they enable them to identify bugs significantly quicker than before. A significant challenge we always had on the team was to understanding when the issue was specific to a certain feature or if it's an external challenge from another team caused the problem. Patterns identified by the feature tests will solve this problem. Nice. Currently, the team are testing approximately 50 usables and 20 AI behaviors that can be interacted with by the player. Typically, a usable is between 3 to 6 directions characters can approach them from, and are the same number they exit from. Each playing a different animation. With such a high number of permutations, automating the process was essential. The team will soon move to more advanced feature tests with more complicated behaviors, such as the bartender, engineer, and security guard. AI content continued to improve the bartenders and patrons for Alpha 3.16 and added more drink options, including Cuba Libres and Mai Tais. Busy work animations were also devised to increase variety when the bartender isn't serving patrons. There are now 10 different animations, including stretching, glass cleaning, and self-organizing. Idle fractal expressions were also added to the patron and bartender. AI content also began implementing animation assets for the vending and arcade machines. Yes! And started closing out the coffee shop usables. That just means the AI will be using them, not us. Sad. Is Squad 42 based around a bar? I mean, Knowledge, how many Chris Roberts games have you played? All of them are based around a bar. You literally start in a bar in every Chris Roberts game. Every Wing Commander game starts in a bar. Well, at least the first Wing Commander game starts in a bar. And I think Privateer even starts in a bar. Can I get a heya? Heya. Sly. Heya. We're missing a lot of stuff when new stuff gets added. It breaks old stuff. And patch that one patch and break in the next patch. Also, we can't get new stuff, which is missing basically. Speaking of bars, I remember before I was going to drink making aspects. There's going to be in-game drink aspects. Is still in? I think so. It's just they're going to do the Mixmaster stuff. So Freelancer more or less started in a bar too. Yeah, I remember Freelancer started in a bar. All right, animation. Oh no, we have to do features, right? Yeah, features. AI features worked on the feature test levels, setting aside tests to repeat with different starting conditions, such as equipping AI with different weapons, alongside identifying and fixing bugs before they became an issue. The feature test levels are useful for showing other teams existing functionality and how to use it. As they become more familiar with the technology, they'll begin to cover existing functionality to maintain quality across the board. The team also investigated and fixed issues with the bartender's behavior, including popping issues when moving between different areas of the bar. That's actually kind of better now. I've done plenty of bar crawls to see that change. Let's see. AI finished their work on initial version of planetary navigation, which contains all the base elements required for it to be used in-game. Once implemented, navigation mesh will be created on planetary surfaces around the actors and NPCs who are able to use it to find paths and move along them. Improvements were added to both generation processes and the Pathfinder to work with this new tech too. A team continued to refactor the AI weapon controller used by ship AI, this time focusing on improving missile turrets and accuracy. New collision avoidance tech, the AI navigation obstacle, was also added for use in narrow areas and spaces with complex concave objects. This included adding simplified primitive shapes, like spheres and boxes, that can be used by the collision avoidance system. The team also went back to the AI trolley push-pull feature to help designers begin using it, which involved adjusting the path follower and creating a new feature test map AI. AI tech continued to refine the path followers tech, specifically the social AI element, improving functionality by setting usables linked to a path. NPCs will be able to follow the path and stop to use the linked usables alongside this. They investigated several issues with NPC aiming, looking, and locomotion, most of which involved synchronization issues between servers and clients. Progress was made on the subsumption editor tool. The team is now have all the base elements in place so that the designers and programmers can start using it to create missions and NPC behaviors. That's pretty exciting shit, guys. What AI is basically saying is they've created a level where they can run AI behaviors and see and catch bugs and just have it automate. So they can just basically set up these AI in a level, hit activate for their AI, and then have them do what they're supposed to do and let them do that for 2 hours and then come back and check when they're done and see what fucked up and what didn't. So they can catch, kind of automate testing a little bit there. They also have created, that's what these tests are. And they kind of smooth out some stuff. And they've created planetary navigation so that AI on foot can now run around on planets, not just in cities or in bunkers. And they've also made it so that they can do subsumption AI, like dynamic AI missions. So the programmers can now use AI to create missions dynamically, which is pretty cool. And nuclear trolleys are back. But they're only controlled by AI, so they're going to be weapons of mass destruction that are randomly generated. Yes, subsumption is part of Quanta. It's the base level of Quanta. Its subsumption is when the Quanta is in real player C areas, not in background. Well, according to this update, you'll probably see it in the next 2 patches. Which makes sense if you think about it. What's one of the major things they're going to add in 316 or 317? Taxi missions. This is the tech for taxi missions. I'm guessing the taxi missions are the first test of this tech to see how well it works. That's very CIG. That's exactly how CIG develops. Does this mission work? It does. More missions. All right, animation. Throughout November, December, animation worked on the CAHX missile launcher, and weapon select/deselect improved the player couch motion, idle animations, and drunk locomotion, and further developed mining gadgets. For AI, the team worked on cowering, surrender, mess hall, and patron animation sets. Tasks were completed for vendors and bartenders. The multi-tool zone set, work zone set, that's interesting. Security blocking and directing players. Vent searching, vandalizing objects, and medical behavior. They also blocked out NPCs reacting to dead bodies. The facial animation side, they progressed with general security lines, animations for idols, animation for idols and workers, vendors, and medical behaviors. The motion capture team continued to solve data transferals and ill or injured AI, and worked with marketing on various videos and promotions. That's pretty cool as well. So they're doing a lot of cool shit. Security queuing lines is a big thing, because I think that's indicating that CIG in the next year or so wants to get rid of green zones and make it so that you have to, when you land, you have to get checked up at a security point. Yeah, you got to queue when you're getting in. It's going to take even longer to get through the fucking landing zones. When does this turn into Free Guy? Yeah, that's a good question. All right, art characters. The character art team wrapped up its visual update on the DNA head archetypes, which should see improvements in the head and eyes in Alpha 317. Some of the team focused on the Frontier-style outfits for Pyro, while others worked on a series of generic Stanton outfits from the backlog that will be slowly appear in the game shortly. Nice. The tech team worked with graphics on the second version of the Layer Blend shader to improve wear and dirt tech. Art ships. In the UK, the ship team progressed well with a MISC Hull A, bringing most of the interior into the final art stage. Hull A is done, y'all. The landing gear and the extending cargo mechanism, along with LODs, were completed and are now ready to hand over to tech art. The Hull C moved through its pipeline too and is currently approaching its gray box review. Work throughout December included converting materials to hard surface shaders, adding control panels to the ship, and refining the pilot seat for optimal visibility. Throughout November, the RSI Scorpius moved through its white box phase before gray box work commenced in December. Most of the exterior was completed by the end of this year, including the wings, thrusters, landing gear, and canopy. All new vehicle progressed through the white box, while the Banu Merchantman progressed through gray box. Merchantman's already in gray box. That's how close the Banu Merchantman is. Damn, okay. Tints and holo viewers were worked on too, along with polish and bug fixing for Alpha 316 release. In the US, the Drake Vulture's interior reached final art, with just the lighting pass remaining. The exterior colors and wear and tear were worked on, as were LODs for the landing gear, while the internal damage pass began. The Drake Corsair moved into gray box, and art was finalized for the cockpit and mess hall. So, Banu Merchantman's in gray box. So that's the step before final art. So we're probably still looking at several months, but it's getting there. And the Corsair is being worked on. Hallelujah. One of these taxis mentioned you're going to end up picking up Ryan Reynolds. All right, audio. Audio's main focus was on IAE, with early November seeing the team wrap up sound effects for various vehicles and weapons, specifically the Crusader Ares, Aegis Redeemer, and Argo Raft. Each received ambiences, animation, and thruster sound effects passes. After the event, Area 18's hospital was given a sound pass by the PA system to enhance the medical feel of the environment. Effects were added to the Drake Cutlass Steel, and the final VEO was added to character breathing. The breathing's really intense. The audio code team set to work towards the first releases of Claudius. The Emperor shall return. The Emperor of Citizen Con shall return. Yes, F8 Lightning Platinum Pass. Trip 9 still not fixed. They're in 3.16.1, right? Do they not work at all? Who doesn't like starting out in an old space tavern? I have terrible grammar. I am not a great speller, nor am I good at grammar. I'm better than I used to be, but I also outside of work I don't give a shit. Unless I can't read. Okay, so we've gone through Galactic community. The community team kicked off November by supporting 3.15 with a small comm link detailing the new hospital's medical gameplay and updated healing system. They also hosted a server mesh. Oh wait, before we get to this is pretty cool. The fact that they're working on with the characters. They're working on a bunch of backlog. I hope that means they're working on the Ninetales, because the Ninetales have their own style that they've showed off in the past, which we haven't seen. The community team kicked off November supporting the Alpha 315 release with a comm link detailing the new hospitals, medical gameplay, and updated healing system. They also hosted a server meshing and persistent streaming QA as a follow-up to Star Citizen 2951 panel, with a lot of additional information and answers to the community's most upvoted questions. BMM 2022, pass me the pipe opium. Yes. Yes. Celebrating the launch of IAE 2951, the team published a free fly schedule for FAQ and infographic to help players get to and enjoy the event. During IAE, they completed several Q&As with ship reveals, including the Anvil Spartan, Argo Raft, and Bisc Odyssey. IAE's Best in Show days also saw the finalists for the 2951 Ship Showdown take home their exclusive liveries and leather jackets. Long may the reign of the Argo Cargo. But you're a teacher. I'm a history teacher, not an English teacher. I'm a historian, not a grammarian. Yeah. In December, the community supported the launch of Alpha 316 and kicked off the Luminali celebration. Outside of the verse, they provided daily gifts to the Luminali calendar and hosted 2 Luminali-themed contests. They also published a patch watch, which spotlighted some of the Alpha 316 new features that don't appear in the public roadmap. Nice. All right. This is where we get... Ooh, lordy. Okay. Past this point, I understand some of these words. Okay? So far, what we've picked out. Hey, Starlink. Good morning. So far, what we've picked out from this monthly report is AI behavior is being improved. They've got AI subsumption for missions working. They're working on new ships, including the brand new Merchantman and the brand new ship, which we don't know about, which has gone into, I think, White Box. And the Corsair. The whole A is almost done. They've worked on some art for characters. They've done a bunch of animations for things like so we're getting like security lines and new AI states. Now we're gonna get into the engine because I fucking understand half of these things in the engine. Questions. So if Merchantman is coming, could the Kraken Privateer in the works or coming sometime soon due to having similar gameplay? Yes and no. The Kraken Privateer is probably not going to come out until after server meshing because that ship is fucking massive. They're going to need to have an increased number of players for that, as well as a be able to load in and load out those assets well, because it just doesn't work. Yeah, it was a little of a brain melt during the engine section. Okay. During the last 2 months of 2021, the physics team worked on a variety of topics. Quantum grids were changed to use one per solar system. Okay. They also received the support for box queries. Grid overlap checks were unified for planets and other entries. The grid transitions were improved to allow a natural transition into grids that aren't direct parent-child of the current grid to transition from. Moreover, physics constraints received support for limiting the gravity tilt angle, and work began to support structural joints on GCAs. Also, a quantum step function for spaceships was implemented, and entities were tied to a rope are no longer unnecessarily woken up when the rope becomes slack. The fuck does that mean? I'm guessing that they're changing the quantum grid so it's no longer just the entire server, but you have one per solar system, and then the grid itself, because I think the grid represents sections of like a planet and stuff like that. So, space rope. Tied space rope. That's a ton of trips to make. Hey, it's CIG. It's what they're good at. All right. For optimizations, physics post-step notifications and networked rigids are now processed in parallel. Similarly, vehicle hit processing was moved to allow parallelization. Cross-grid collision detection was optimized to avoid expensive geometry checks as much as possible. And asteroid fields now use the faster hash function and cache physics proxies for their occupants to prevent redundant component lookups. Lastly, physics events are now more efficiently deleted after being processed. I recognize some of those words. Something about collision detection. I'm guessing they're just cleaning up collisions and asteroids to make them less expensive. I think that's what it says. Thank you, Tree, for that 9 months, baby. On the renderer, that's a good point. Further work was done to transition to Gen 12. Progress included improvements to instance buffers, indirections on GPU removed, support for offset-based buffer binding, support for different buffer layouts, after they had previously been optimized in October. Furthermore, shadow support for lightweight render nodes was added. Lightweight render node decals were also ported to Gen 12, and projected decals were fixed. AG buffer copy pass was implemented unnecessarily. GPU updates were fixed, and shader stage visibility was improved to compile and bind fewer stages. Render passes are now always submitted via render graph and supported a fallback pass in case of required PSO isn't completed or isn't compiled. Fog volumes and skybox rendering were ported. Clip volume rendering migrated. Render proxy shadow enabled, and color grading refactored for Gen 12. Lastly, sorting of PSOs was tweaked, resulting in significantly fewer APL calls during rendering. They're basically making the renderer is helping them to improve performance as well, which is stuff. Questions? Any idea when the Halo asteroid belt will be added? The big gateways, the Halo gates, the Air and Halo gates after meshing. Once they implement the physicalized quantum travel, which they're working on right now. Hey, Joseph. All right. Rendering atmosphere and colored rendering. R&D on reprojection of the frame data without the need for motion vectors was completed, but didn't yield satisfactory results. Therefore, the implementation will stick to the current reprojection scheme for the time being. To improve image quality nonetheless, research started on noise reduction of the original Raymarch results that are fed into the filter chain to produce final full resolution images. Results look promising and will hopefully be shared with the PU in a coming PU release. Additionally, irradiance computation for atmospheric lighting was improved. It now better integrates ground albedo and reflected sunlight. Lotting and fade out of the ground areas ground albedo was also improved, which is important for larger objects in high orbit. In general, code was unified in various areas and prepared for integration upstream into the main development branch as preparation for the coming transition of all atmosphere and cloud renderer code to Gen 12. That means that everything's going to be going over to Gen 12 for the atmosphere and clouds, which means we're getting rid of the old cloud systems? Does that mean 3.17 we might actually see clouds on every planet? I literally woke up during doing Suicide Watch. I literally worked during Suicide Watch IRL, a hospital. I want to see CIG add a feature where if you die for a really dumb, avoidable reason, the hospital you regen and thought you were trying to suicide, and you wake up with a text and be like, "Hey there, how are you feeling?" They actually do right now. The tech actually shows up as, "Hey, easy. We almost lost you there." They do that. They do that. Say, hopefully better performance. That's what it sounds like. That's what they were talking about. Hopefully clouds that cast shadows and reflections and don't melt your PC. That's the thing. That's what they're saying with that. They're trying to improve that. On the core engine side, the team submitted the first draft of the entity-centric component update scheduling, which is already showing promising performance results. The scheduler now also catches and reports invalid dependencies and provides options for various update processing scenarios, client/server only, etc. The commonly used performance status, display info, are being reworked. Page heap, heap track memory corruptions, now supports dev team filters so issues can be more easily assigned to the owners of related code. Viz area calling received additional improvements and now better handles invalid shapes. Additionally, care was taken to ensure that the engine's expectation is correctly invoked in case of stack corruptions reported by specifically prepared game binaries, typically for debugging certain issues during PTU. The localization manager's loading code was optimized, and the engine now collects GPU timings as part of its profiler telemetry data that can be consumed for analysis by external profiling tool. Lastly, investigations regarding ETSL integration continued. Just reworking how they look at like info, like our display info one stuff, and to track the tracking stuff. So, meaning hopefully less crashes and the code is cleaner and more streamlined. Yeah, and they can tell people, they can identify whose code is who and be like, this is your fault, James. God damn it, James. Fix this shit. The team also looked into compile time optimizations. Some of the changes consist of the removal of unnecessary headers. I'm sorry, James. You're not to be blamed. I'm just using your name. James, who works at CIG. I'm sure there's one. The teams also looked into compile time optimizations. Some of the changes consist of the removal of unnecessary headers included in common header files used throughout the project. A cleanup of platform headers, removal of various boot cruft, and removal replacements of expensive unnecessary macros, reimplementation of recursive helper template by an equivalent context zipper, and externalization of a huge if-else chains. Moreover, compile items times were analyzed and cleaning via Clang, and code file was redistributed to Uber files accordingly. So they're just cleaning the shit out of, they're going through and cleaning the shit out of the code in the engine to make sure it's cleaner, it runs cleaner. So all of this is optimization. Like a lot of this stuff is just optimization, is what they're working on, engine optimization. No Chris's, many Chris's. There are many Pauls. Yeah, to be fair, Paul Jones and other Pauls as well. Uber files, NPC transport missions. No, but they did mention a bunch of stuff with NPCs that I think are hinting at transport missions. I remember back when I did programming for a while, if else until the end of days. That's basically all programming is. If else. And then, you know. Features, character, and weapons. Okay, we got through the hard part. Throughout November and December, the feature team focused on the final patch release of the year, with a lot of work going into fixing bugs frequently raised in player feedback reports. The team also added some of the player inventory and actor status features that didn't make it into the first release. For the inventory, this included features to make the interactions with client more robust, with better failure handling and improved feedback. For actor status, an important addition was the corpse marker, which helps players locate and recover their equipment. The team also worked on the injury system to make medical gameplay more impactful. Late November, the team moved onto salvaging. Okay. The initial focus on the technical aspect of visually removing material from an object and ensuring the state can be reliably stored and recreated, both across the network and when the object streams back in again. This currently is being prototyped using the damage map system. That was November. If an NPC dies while walking down a ramp on your ship, do you get a crime stat or just a fine? That's a good question. So here's the thing. There's a general rule of thumb when following CIG. If CIG is talking about it, they're working on it. If they're not talking about it, don't expect it. So if you see them mentioning things like salvage in a monthly update, then they're working on it. Now, obviously, they're in prototype stage, which means that back in November, December, they're in prototype stage. So when we get the monthly update for January, we may see that they've moved out of prototype stage. Or not. We'll see. Depends on how well that works. Which means that they're starting the first kind of elements of this, which should bear fruit in 6 months. So 6 months from November is April, which would be about 3.18. So it seems to be they're on track for that, according to this at the very least. T-1, yeah. All right. Throughout the year, we're going over the monthly reports. Yeah, we're just going over the monthly reports before the end of the day, end of the stream. Hey, Evergame. Thanks for joining, man. James is the Karen of coding. They still have another 10 days of planning week. That's true. They still have a while, but planning week doesn't necessarily affect all teams. Planning week is usually very specific teams, and even then they have a week or so of planning, not necessarily or like the planning month. They usually have about a week or so of planning. They still have other things, so we could still see. Like I said, it's still like April matches up with May matches up with the June release of 3.18. Yeah, we're on that one there. Space Ocean Paul. When will the roadmap get updated? It's probably going to get updated Wednesday, but I'd have to ask Jake. Because Jake just got back from vacation. So I'm going to, I remember last time talking to Jake when he said he was going on vacation. He told me, Paul, don't get angry at me. I'm probably going to be slow and may not get much in January. So it may not be until February. To be fair, we've only have like a month left. Or a week left in January. So. Yeah, I mean, working at CHG is pretty baller. Oh, working at CHG is pretty baller in terms of their time off. I think they got like a full month off overall for all their times off and such. I mean, there's not much information because they're all doing the planning week and planning month of January. So throughout the year, work on hacking minigame continued. It has gone through multiple iterations, with each prototype being playtested internally using simplified 2D in-game representation. It has since evolved to be more competitive, tying into some of the in-world gameplay mechanics like scanning, as the core layout of the minigame has remained fairly stable throughout the multiple prototypes. Work began on bringing the visuals online. The concepts for this saw multiple iterations, as it were currently looking like the player is executing scripts into programming programmatically attack the target system. The interface, as it currently stands, will offer the user different options to input various commands. I'm glad that they took our feedback, because I'm going to be very honest, the original look was garbage. Something that more reflects what hacking should look like, at the very least, if not really looks like, because nobody wants what hacking actually is, which is months of bullshit. A lot of other countries give their workers a full month off, not just not the U.S. Yeah, but I mean, in the video game industry, that's very unheard of. Because they get 2 weeks in December, and then throughout the year they get time off. I don't even think that counts their like 2 weeks vacation. I think they get 2 weeks vacation. So I think in total they get like 6 weeks off if they want to use it per year. That's pretty baller. All right, features gameplay. Gameplay features team worked in November, December, focused heavily on tasks for releases in 2022. Significant progress was made for enabling item selling, with the kiosk UI approaching completion and backend code trending towards completion in Q1. Cargo rework is ongoing but intermittent as supporting work for other teams comes online. The teams are using the time between these jumps to work on small quality of life fixes where possible. The team also worked on and released Jumptown 2.0. So that's pretty cool to hear that at least the kiosk selling is still on good track, and cargo rework has been intermittent, but it's not supposed to be released until 3/18. So the item selling's pretty big. It's like how CIG are less of a crunch culture than it used to be. Yes, they're making good moves. They're making great moves as long as they can keep the aspects. Lols, I used to work for a state. I do get good vacation time, though. Just not a lot of days off. I know the feeling. CIG is really pioneering the field of employee benefits treatment for the video game industry. I wouldn't say that they're like top of the line, but they're trying their best to do with what they can. They're trying to do the best with what they have. What the best they can with what they have. Because CIG also, a happy employee is less likely to quit and go to another company. So if a company employee is working pretty well in a company and they're making a lot of friends and they're making good money and the time's off, then like that will, even if they're not making better money than they can make in, say, like working for Ubisoft or EA, for doing the same job, they might stick with CIG because it's like, I get more time off and better benefits. So like, will that cost outweigh the benefits? Like, because they got pretty good benefits. I know a lot of people work at CIG. It's not a fucking secret. And it's because all you fuckers are, all my fucking friends are like Star Citizen fans and they end up working for CIG. One of these fucking days, you're going to turn on the stream and I'll be like, I can't stream anymore. I'm working for CIG now. I swear to God. You're gonna turn on the camera. You're gonna turn on the camera and find out that like Burks has been hired as the head of gameplay design team. Mike is working on fucking balance passes, and I'm on the fucking lore team. Hey, Fastcard, how's it going, buddy? That said, I can get a job in the UK fairly easy, yeah. Like, I'm only sort of joking because of just how many fucking people I know who are fans who now work on Star Citizen. Archiving in lore. In 2024, Microsoft is going to buy Cloud Imperium. Maybe. Microsoft is buying everyone. And by 2030, gaming is no longer called gaming. It is now called Xbox. Let's be honest, now would be a good time to work at CIG. I mean, they can't get employees anyways. They're looking for employees. They got 132 jobs open. And you will now need to choose sides between Microsoft and Disney. Begun the corporate wars have. I'm not moving to a different country. Yeah, same. I didn't just buy a house to leave it. X Gaming. All right. All right. Vehicles. Towards the end of 2022, vehicle features focused on the Gravlev rework. In November, they wrapped up the base of implementation and tuned the available bikes for improved stability and handling. In December, players got a hold of the feature and flagged bugs, issues, and instabilities for fixing. This led to massive improvements throughout Evocati and PTU patches. We're incredibly pleased with how the community helped us hone the feature for release. There are still some issues we need to fix in 2022, but we're generally quite happy with how the rework turned out. Vehicle features. Towards the end of the year, some team members looked into the future with technical reworks being planned and started for the transit networks and restricted areas. While these won't result in significant changes to the player experience, particularly in the case of transit, they will result in far fewer bugs and much better general stability. These sorts of reworks are necessary because, longer term, they free the team up to focus on either new features or improve other aspects of the game. The last major focus was on jump points, which are progressing well. The team are currently working on abnormal exits, which are situations where the player might exit a jump point prematurely or not in a usual safe way. For example, a player falling out of the back of the ship, the powering down of a jump point, or a jump drive failing. Dealing with all the possible cases in a sensible and constant way is a tricky problem, but the result of the feature has a genuine sense of risk and danger to its use, so it's important that we get it right. That's interesting to hear. So, one of the biggest things to note about that is it tells us that they're looking at different ways of exiting a jump point that isn't just getting out of a jump point. I don't think you're going to die when you fall out of a jump point. I think you just get spit out at a different location. Graphics and VFX programming. We're almost done? Yeah, we're almost done. The rest of it's kind of small. The graphics team completed a significant amount of work on shaders and materials towards the end of last year, with one of the main focuses being updating volumetric water lighting so it works in a similar way to volumetric fog model. There are also several bug fixes for water volumes in general. The hair shader also received attention due to the updates to the hair clip volume interaction and efforts to prevent artists from having to rework assets through emulating the old visuals with the latest shading model. They completed the shader conversion from old DX9 style and kicked off work on opaque ice/crystal shader to solve quality and rendering issues with previous items using glass PBR. As it's opaque, the shader will be cheap to use extensively, for example, in scattered planetary rocks and the Banning Merchantman's floors and walls. For Gen 12, the team implemented a fallback rendering system called Pass Group Fallbacks for use when the shaders are compiling. For Vulcan, they continued with the GPU marker refractor, adding API over versioning and fixing issues with arrays of resources on Vulcan. They also spent time investigating issues with the Overwolf implicit layer DLL injection that were impacting players in Alpha 3.15.1. Development of the fire hazard feature continued, with VFX programming team moving heat and temperature to the physics proxy, working on IR emission and fixing various bugs with temperature component and look at debug camera. Salvage-wise, the second mention of salvage, an investigation was made into the networking of damage map data, as well as implementing placeholder interfaces to unblock the game coders. The main damage map features are being worked on in quarter one. Numerous updates were made to particles, including new controls for the mesh particle offset position and min-max pixels, a new option to pick attached zones of particle entities, particle textures, and aspect ratio support. There was also a bug fixes for flashing/black particles, emitter bounds calculations, entry placement on planets' OCs, and shock diamonds. They're just cool, different things. Finally, a number of performance improvements and optimizations were made to emitter memory consumption, material glow lock contention from entity effects, and glass cloud zone contention on destruction impact MFX. Okay, that's not bad. But yeah. Talk to me about Gen 12 and Vulcan. I mean, Gen 12 is all over this update. Gen 12 and Salvage are the two big ones that are constantly mentioned. Lighting. November and December saw the lighting team wrap up support for IAE, which involved a fresh and interesting new lighting style for the existing convention halls. At this stage, it's all about ensuring each ship has a light rig on it that shows it off as best as possible while maintaining the render budgets to keep the experience smooth. With that done, the team moved on to providing support for the ship team, which involved looking at various older ships and optimizing their lighting setups alongside another layer of polish. Tasks were mostly successful through existing tech issues and bugs with some ship needed to be ironed out before further progress can be made. To wrap up next year, the team moved back to working on Pyro's space stations, this time exploring the more look development and visual benchmarks, and supported the Jumptown 2.0 locations with updated visuals. Before the release of Alpha 316, Narrative worked closely with design to write and capture voice content for Rudo and other security reps in preparation for Jumptown 2.0. It's very good, which was teased in an early installment of Data Cache. Narrative met with mission features to start work on additional mission content, which is good, determining what kind of lines would be needed, and discussed content for future dynamic events. They worked alongside character art on the upcoming Frontier-style clothing, which will be most common in the fringes of society, such as less hospitable planets or areas without much commerce. It was decided that while it was influenced by Earth and Terra fashion, it will have its own unique overall aesthetic. The team also provided names and descriptions for various items and components, and completed documentation on fictional elements of the overall universe. As usual, there were several Spectrum dispatches too. The team answered some of the biggest questions from the Ask a Dev forum in Loremakers community questions. The Galactipedia received another update, and the latest installment of Something Every Tuesday developed into the annual tradition of Traveler's Day, which we didn't do, which we'll do next year. That said, in recent patches have all done pretty good things for client performance generally. Yeah. All right. Almost done. Props. The props team continued to work on Pyro Station. This included refining the new trash assets, creating a modular set of improvised marketplace couriers. That's the other place. Pyro stations are all over this thing as well. Marketplace counters, heating, lighting props, and other dressing/flavor elements such as generators and fuse boxes. They also closed out support for additional underground facility mission props from the mission feature team and polished several hospital props alongside the team in Montreal. Finally, initial white box work was done for the upcoming lockable/lootable crates and cargo for ongoing cargo refactor. It's good to hear that too. You can lock crates. That's good to know. QA's primary publishing focus was getting Alpha 3.15.1 and 3.16 to PTU and live servers. However, Alpha 3.16 wasn't stable enough, so it was decided to use Alpha 3.15.x as a piecemeal specific features in. This worked well, so the internal branch idea of 3.15.2, externally called 3.16, was pushed to PTU and live with several 3.16 features in a much more stable build. Time was also spent hiring additional team members as the department expands. Systematic services and tools. In November and December, systematic services and tools wrapped up on the economy, tools and AI simulation optimizations, and tools polish. New functionality will be added to these tools in Q1, some of which will be detailed in January's report. Work began to wrap up an implementation of the new selling gameplay system. This required an under-the-hood rework of the existing shop system, which will act as the foundation for the initial implementation that's planned for release shortly. The whole system helped stabilize services. The whole team helped stabilize services and ensure that one of the most stable patches releases yet, which is achieved by addressing various edge cases found in the new Super P cache and other backend services systems. Nice. So that's pretty cool. The economy tools and AI simulation optimizations. That's big, y'all. This is fucking big right here. I don't know how to explain this to you. This is the dynamic economy. Systematic services and tools wrapped up work on the economy, tools, and AI simulation. That's Quanta. That's tools working with Quanta. Because Quanta works right now, but it's like background and other things. This is like the tools to integrate the two. Hey, Moondog. He is a legend for going this long. A long shift ahead of me and just turning in now. Well, I'm definitely going to be finishing up here shortly. We're just kind of finishing up. The architect, Tony ZP, speaks. Definitely need for the cargo refactor. Yeah, I mean this is all important shit. New selling gameplay as well. Yeah, under the hood rework of existing shop systems. Okay. Tech animation. Close out the year, the tech animation team set up a mandate to finish upgrading all head assets to the new pipeline in preparation for the full DNA system refactor. This is a long-standing initiative that will hopefully conclude in early 2022. Yeah. To get us there, we need to recreate every single head asset in the game and check it's still working as we intend. All hands on deck for this one, with the whole team pushing to reach its final time. Damn, the DNA system seems to be a big fucking deal. Because I didn't see it being that much of a difference from the current system we have, but apparently it's going to be a big fucking deal. Alongside this, the team began cleaning up animation databases, which involved tagging several hundred old animation assets referenced from the databases. Tech animation also concluded to support the various feature teams with embedded staff. UI. Towards the end of the year, UI feature and tech teams supported the Alpha 315 and 316 releases by addressing bugs, crashes, and performance issues related to the ASOP terminals, rental kiosks, vehicle management app, and inventory system. They supported other teams with their UI-related issues too. They continued to update features for persistent streaming and supported the visual implementation of the refueling HUD. Progress was made on the core tech and feature set of the new star map. Good news. For example, they added display controls to modify relative distance, orientation, and scale, and the ability to frame selected objects appropriately. UI Tech continued to work on the core technology for hacking, adding the ability to select and edit text in the UI. The new building blocks editor entered a pre-production towards the end of the year, which will make working on UIs more efficient and developer-friendly. Additionally, more building blocks features were added. On the art side, the team created a variety of new concepts for the Mobiglass, AR markers, star map, Aegis HUD modes, and Origin HUD. Updated icons for the Lost System were concepted too. That's good to hear too. You might get it on time. Yeah, but we'll be all servers? What do you mean all servers? Yeah, that's the idea. Towards the end of the year, VFX team worked on the full effects suite for the Aegis Redeemer, including its unique nutcracker thrusters, hair curlers, thank you, hair straighteners, VFX. They also created effects of the size 3 bomb for future release. It's not quite destructive as a size 10, but it's powerful enough to cause a stir. The work also completed on Arena Commander's Dying Star map, including a spectacular new version of the star itself. Elsewhere, the further tweaks were made to the planetary storm effects to help them pick up the lightning more naturally. I'm sorry, let me read that back. Elsewhere, further tweaks were made to the planetary storm effects. What now? To help them pick up the lightning more naturally. Aight, CIG. Aight. Okay. Finally, R&D for salvage commenced. Also, apparently rainstorms. Yeah. All right. I'm going to be quite honest. This is all very good news. Effectively, what we're seeing here is a direct reflection of the roadmap. Essentially, what we're seeing on the roadmap is matching up with what we're seeing in the monthly reports. That rarely happens. It's been more frequent now, but this is like almost direct parallel. Everything mentioned in this roadmap is dealing directly with content that's in 317 or 318, at least on the roadmap. So Cloud Tech is also getting an upgrade. They've also said they're going to replace all of the Cloud Tech to the new Cloud Tech in the future patches, probably 317. They should do explosives like we calculate tornadoes. Size 1 is 10 times the size of 2. Oh god. Umbrella Tech 1. Dude, that's so yeah. So I read it so you don't have to. So Hopefully you enjoyed some of that with us and you can kind of like come look along with me. But there's a lot of good things in here. The star map is getting reworked entirely, which is good. They're actually talked about some of the things. The full DNA system seems to be something that's really important. Salvage is getting its R&D, which makes sense for it to be coming out in 3.18, though I think it's some of this stuff is like, oh yeah, we just started working on it, which tells me, I don't know if 3.18 is going to hit it. I think it's going to be 3.19, but a lot of talking about dynamic economy tools and subsumption tools for AI being handed over to the mission teams. Props teams and a bunch of other people are working on pyro stations. Lighting teams are working for pyro stations. And Jumpdown 2.0. Gen 12 renderer mentions all throughout the board. Trading kiosks and multiple mentions of crit trading kiosks and of trading system, the new trading system, as well as the cargo refactor. Lots of new ship information. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's all words. I'll see it in the verse. Well, the words help us understand where they're at. And so far, the words are implying that CIG is currently on track. So it's very good. That was just one team working on salvage turns. No, we went through this. There were at least 4 different mentions of salvage by 4 different teams, all talking about salvage starting their initial work. The gameplay team said that they're starting to work on it with R&D with damage maps, and then they also did something like I think animations and lighting and UI all mentioned the same thing. So yeah, they're all on that point. It is the most pushed tech, yes. Just join in, please do a recap. Dude, I'm going to bed. But I kind of gone over all of it, yeah. Basically, the too long didn't read version of this is this latest monthly update is saying that currently everything is on track to hit what they want to hit for 3.17 and 3.18. With the only exception being maybe salvage, which was currently going under R&D at the end of the year for early implementation. But even if November, December was when they're working on the R&D for it, that would mean 6 months from November, which would be April, May, which would hit it directly in the path of where it's supposed to be, which is a release in June for 3.18. So who knows? Recap, watch the video after it's uploaded. Yep, it's already going to be uploaded like within a couple of minutes of me finishing up the stream here. So thank you all for joining us. Remember, we are giving away all this month, or wrapping up this month, we're giving away a raft, an LTI raft. To enter that, July. July. My brain is already in summer. January. I'm going to put the link in chat for you in YouTube land. Here. I'll put it in the top pinned comment for everybody else. There we go. Boom. If they're on track, the cargo refactor finishes up the first week of March. Do you think that's reasonable? Yeah, but I don't think it's going to come out until 3.18, which is in June. There's the link. Go click that link. All you got to be is I suggest ZOG push-pull is the most delayed tech, aka grabbing hands. That's also, there's no mention of ZOG push-pull in this, so that may be one of those things that get moved, because it's just zero mention of it. I'm in love with, hey, Jin, how you doing, buddy? I'm in love with the raft. Look at the star hanger. I look at a star hanger like every day, drooling. It's so cool, man. It's so cool. Follow us on Twitter. I am tired. Follow us on Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube. That's how you enter to win that raft. Good luck, y'all. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. And remember, ex Historia ad Astra. That's not what it should be.